You. How's it going, everybody? We're going to fucking entertain Chad at work tonight. I don't know how long I'll be on here, but I'm on here. Cassie's with me. Oh, she just bailed. I think she lost her internet. Damn it. Well, I will be deleting this, so I can play whatever music I want. And right now, Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi are bringing us in because they need me. What's up, Chad? How's I feel? I feel a little sad inside. Oh, that's Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi. I need you. Come on there, Dan. Got a Bears fan over here, Dan, just listening to your songs. Nightmare, what's up? I'm going to drop the link in chat. Anyone that wants to jump in here, feel free. It's party night for Chad tonight. Jump on in, Nightmare. Come say hi. You guys remember to hit that like and subscribe button. Oh, what screen do we got going here? Butt stuff. Butt stuff with the girls. Rocky, you stay in the house. Stop scratching the door. Who else is here? Bree. Hey, girl. What's up?
Hey. Nothing much. Oh, gotta plug in my other headphone.
Oh, people are starting to come in now.
Uh-oh.
Spooky.
What's up?
Spooky? Uh-oh. Chad's here.
He can't be here.
Boss is here.
Fired.
Boss is here.
He just told me, he said, I can't hang. He goes, I need to hang up with you because I'm about to get fired.
I think this is the way he can listen to us without getting on screen.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
He's playing games.
That ain't flat. The goat.
Oh, you know, I didn't drop one to Bree and What the fuck was that? Put that one back up, Chad.
Oh, God. Sorry, that was just...
That's funny.
Oh, God, I can only think of what my creation would be.
Elbow Jones.
An
Okay.
owl. The lechuza, but with my face in it.
Oh, my gosh. That is so funny. Fuck off, Chad.
Oh, Cassie couldn't stay on with us. But it kicked her off.
Oh.
Her internet won't let her go.
Cassie
wish I
has
could
missed
buy
so
her
much
internet.
laughs with us, man.
Dude, she's fun. Cassie's
If she's
fun.
sensitive, like I think she is, she can pick up on.
Why?
She'll probably
Why
get
can't-
like little ringing in her ears, and she knows that we're all laughing. It's
I
the
don't
bond
understand
we
why
have.
she can't get better internet. What is that? Is it not
The
available?
location, I think, is where it might be. I think she might be in like a mountain area with not the best reception.
Hey, Spooky. I invited Jim just in case.
Jim Goodall.
Yeah. And I think he says he's going to come visit me. He may be here to visit me on the April 24th or 22nd.
Oh, man.
So we might have another show to do with. He's got a presentation about 300 offices and I'm trying to see what he's It's a big message, dude. Oh, okay. He's going to be at the NOCs on the 27th.
Hi, Lee.
Yeah, he might be coming through. He might be coming through and need a place to stay. I always tell him that his fifth wheel's cleaned up and ready.
Yeah. No, last time he was on Chop Shop, man, he loved it. I could tell he was really enjoying himself.
Oh, he's so fun, dude.
Mhm.
He's fun. Like I hope I'm that big of a pleasure to be around when I'm that age. I hope I'm still
You
fucking
gotta,
drag racing and hot rodding and
you gotta pump that cannabis in you to when you're an older man to counteract the curmudgeonness.
Right?
yeah, Jim's awesome. He's fun. He really is fun. Like you have a good time with him, Spooky.
And do
He's
you
a
guys know?
stoner.
And do you guys know what he just? Do you know what he just finished going through this week? His wife had brain surgery, man.
Yeah, I know. He it was coming up. I haven't talked to him since it happened.
Well, the only
where
reason
she
I
had
know is
it,
because he was talking about it on Facebook.
yeah.
Hi, Lee.
But I think if
Hey,
I
Lee.
understand, his wife ended up being okay. That she had a good surgery. I think that's the way I understood it.
Hey, Cassie. Yes. Yeah, everything worked out well.
Man, been in Joe's show with a
Uh-oh.
panel. It's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, it was
It's
pretty
good
wild.
like that. I mean, it's good the other way with just them two, but I mean, I like it with more than one guest.
Yeah.
Oh, I can turn this music off, guys. I don't know how loud that is for you.
Not loud.
I like the show too. Sometimes I really like the shows when it's just the two of them too.
Oh yeah, especially if it's a funny show and they're just cutting loose. Oh, dude, that's like my favorite when they're just screwing off. Yeah. I think still my favorite one is the one they did live, UFO Garage Live, when they were in the bar and they went and JoJo was hosting, and dude, that was my favorite one. That's the funniest and funnest one. It's fun and funny, but then you get Terry up there telling that story, dude. Yeah, tears rolling down my face, man.
Yeah, that was a really good one, man.
Yeah, that was a perfect show. So what do you guys got going on tonight? Gary said he's going to bed, Bree. He's got to get up early.
Yeah, he goes to bed early and I go to bed later. I'm an insomniac.
My wife's got to get up early. Sometimes I'm going to bed when my wife's getting up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it all works out.
Okay, so I did not realize we're live. That's what we
are
realized. We are live. We're not live, guys. We are live.
I get that. Okay, so now I need to say hi to some people.
It was so weird.
I was gonna say Lee. Yeah,
I messaged Chad and said, "Hey, do you want us to go live?" And he said he was messaging you at the same time, Spooky, telling you to go live and go find Lee and get Lee from First Floor Audio in here.
And as soon as he told me that, I went and jumped in the shower because I knew it would be my only chance to do.
So I dropped a link to Bree and oh man, I dropped a bunch of links. JoJo's got one. There's a bunch of people that's got links, and I dropped it right here in chat. Lee, if you want to jump on here and entertain Chad while he's at work, he was asking for you. I'll drop another link in chat if you're not busy, man. Come join us.
He might be having to get some sleep because it's 5:30 in the morning there.
Yeah.
I haven't heard.
What are you doing,
JoJo.
Lee? Go to bed, you naughty, naughty boy. I can't do a British accent to save
No, that
my
was
life.
good.
The other Bree can do it so well.
Dude, they're playing. I don't know. That one was pretty good, Bree. Your accent was pretty good.
I told you, Lee, go to bloody bed.
Are we talking about Lee from First Floor?
Yeah.
I'm just giving him a hard time.
Oh, because over there it's the middle of the night.
Very bad
I think it's
accent.
5:30, like she said. I think it's 5 a.m.
Ooh, yeah. Get some sleep, buddy.
Oh, Walt's in here. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, Walt.
This is the kind of streams where it's cool to get people that haven't been with us on camera. So if there's anybody that wants to come in, this would be the perfect time. It's no guests, no pressure, just all.
I'm gonna have to remove it too, guys, because we have music going.
Oh yeah, like it won't be saved type.
Yeah,
that's what Big Willie did. I think last week.
Yeah, I can't promise I'll be going until the sun comes up.
Oh no,
Not like that one night.
That was fun, but yeah. There's a couple times we went long enough for Chad to get off work and join us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, for him to make it home and everything.
Yeah, Walt said that he's new. I know him from a few streams, so it's nice to see faces,
Walt Corbin?
all kinds of different. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love to see him. He's so nice in the chats. I see him in where else? Well, pretty much everywhere, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lee says he still hasn't slept. It's 5:30.
Oh my God, Lee. Gotta get proper rest so you can create, man.
That's that rocker in him. You don't need sleep.
I can just imagine him saying, "I'll sleep when I'm dead."
Yeah.
He said Walt's another rocker. Walt, we'll make you get in here and sing and play, man. You want to jump on and say hi? The link's in the chat.
Grandmaster's in here, man. I haven't seen him in a while.
Grandmaster, you're more than welcome too. You guys all jump on here.
Jump around.
I'm gonna smoke a bowl right now, Grandmaster, just for you. Well, it's really for me, but
That's why I always think of like
good.
Star Wars. Like, is it Palpatine that says "do it"? Yeah, do it. Yeah. Like he does it in the Palpatine voice. Do it.
Mm-hmm. Break him down. Kill him. Do it. So,
man, they're playing some oldies on my Pandora tonight. That's Thumbprint Radio.
Thought you were gonna say radio station, but no, it's Pandora. That is how it is.
Yeah. Is that forever yours?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Faithfully.
Journey.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of who the group was.
It's Journey.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Hey, good night,
Yeah,
Gary.
Hey,
Gary.
good night, buddy. Gary, good night, man.
Good night.
He was sending me pictures of the wreck out front.
I was yeah, we were watching something and then I paused it at the perfect timing and then it's just a car wreck. Like you could just hear it outside. And I was like, I think that was at the intersection. And sure enough, it was. Because you hear metal.
Awesome. What is up, brother? How's it going, man? Let me
hey,
turn down.
Sunsaver, I don't think I've ever met you in person, only in the chat room.
Yeah, only in the rooms.
Oh, I thought you'd been on with them before. Spooky Sunsaver's an awesome guy. I've been on
What's
with
up,
him
man?
Once or twice.
Hey, man. Yeah, I like being in the chat a lot, you know.
Yeah, but every now and then it's cool to see the face.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm not like I'm in my bed clothes, sitting in bed. Haven't shaved or anything.
We ain't fancy, man. We ain't fancy.
Yeah, I'm in my
We're in the
work
chop
clothes. I'm
shop.
all greasy. I was scrubbing grease off my nose right here just to come on. I didn't get it all out.
It won't be long before Sonny's setting fires.
I have my Golden Girls sleep pants on.
Oh, sweet. Love the Golden
Y'all
Girls.
see UFO Garage this evening?
Oh, yeah, that was a good one, man.
That was wild.
So, you know, a lot of good tips for people that are just kind of, starting their journey or just had a lot of people are new to this whole concept of, shit that's out there. I want to group it all into the woo, but it's not really woo. It's just the way the world works. Everyone is sort of in their little bubble until something happens. They have a near-death experience or some really bad tragedy, and that tends to wake people up. Like they had this guy Jake on there. He's kind of just starting his journey, seems like. So, but they had a lot of really good advice. It wasn't all just feel good. Peace, love, dove, and crystals. It was more practical kind of advice. So that was a good show, I thought. Good to see you guys.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of in a holding pattern right here, man. I got nothing. I got There's no herb here. I got coffee. That's about it.
Oh,
Coffee
man.
and 1 can of chicken left.
I got a little bit of weed left.
I'm waiting on
I'm
something.
okay.
Waiting on new connections, I guess.
Hey, Sunsaver, where's that accent from, man?
Sunsaver. I call and order it from this place right here.
Oh, heck yeah.
They just deliver it. You call and it's here in 2 hours or an hour. Or...
Oh, man.
Man, it takes 20 minutes over here.
And nothing like that around here.
Sunsaver,
I don't have delivery where I am. What strain is that?
Stuff. This one is garlic mints.
Oh, those little popcorn buds.
Yeah, that's the smaller ones. I've been breaking them up, smoking it.
It's like some really good kush, man.
It is. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I had some Star Killer OG earlier.
I got some strawberry banana OG right here that's really good.
I got banana punch.
Strawberry banana.
Wax.
Yeah.
I'm a strain nerd because it's like I use it for the medical purposes or properties. So it's like I'm just It's like me and metal music. I'm just a nerd about it.
A connoisseur of flavor, huh?
Exactly.
I have some of I think it's OMG. I think that's what it is. And it's like 42%. That's what the other jar is. 42% THC. That's one of the highest ones I think I've ever got.
Wow.
So what percentage did you say?
42. 42 for burn. This one is...
Was it a sativa strain too?
Ooh, this is an indica. This one's
because usually
GMO,
the sativas
GMO cookies. That's what it is. That's what
I have GMO. I have gem. No, I have gem or chem gelato.
Oh, I like the Kim gelato.
Shatter.
That's what this is. It's like Kim dog and cookies mixed, and that's what they call it.
How about wedding cake indica?
I like wedding cake.
Good one.
Yeah,
that's what I got right now. They just brought it to me.
Yep.
Gosh,
somebody gave me some sour diesel a few weeks ago. That shit was really good.
You know what ones that I've been looking at on here that's the real expensive shit to get now, Sunsaver, is skunk weed. If you want to find weed that's old school skunk weed, it's expensive, but man, it's good.
What do you mean? Like ditch weed or just like
skunk weed is just it's got a real it smells like a skunk
nice,
when you
spooky.
smoke it, and it's usually knock you on your ass strong.
Yeah, it's that old school like 70s weed, I call it.
Yep. They got good strains out of that stuff now, but it's so expensive. I don't buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's my problem right now. I'm between funds and so no cash right now.
Me neither. I just spent all my money on that truck.
Boys and their toys.
For how crazy the world is right now, they should be giving that shit out for free, man. Chill people out.
Oh shit! I give it away, Spooky. I grow like this year. I'm growing again. I'm gonna grow again this year. I'll do like no more than 6, so probably 4 to 5 plants, and I get pounds out of that shit. Another person that gives it away too is Papa Willie, my cousin. Gives that shit. He gives it to everybody. Grows a lot of it and gives it away.
That is so nice. See, that's giving back to the community, man. That's beautiful.
I seldom have to buy it. I mean, usually people just come, somebody will show up and, hey, man, you ready to burn one, and they'll just leave me a joint or two or something,
Man, brother, if I was there, I'd give you. I'd be down to share with you, man.
Oh hell yeah! I'd give you your own
joint. I wish I lived close by.
But that's the stoner nature, is to help each other out too.
Yeah.
It kind of is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had a total stranger walk up to me at the car show, and he seen me smoking this pipe, but I was actually just smoking cigars out of it at my truck. And he said, "Are you smoking weed?" I told him no, I ran out. And he goes, "Hold on a second." He goes back to his car and came back with a good ass joint. I was like, "Yeah, don't even know this guy, dude. COVID or not, he fired it up. We smoked a joint together."
What? Why does that shit never happen to me,
purifies, man?
Yeah.
had a friend that helped a guy, found him broke down on the side of the road, you know, and sort of helped him get his truck running again. He's like, man, I don't have anything to help. I don't have anything way to pay you, you know, but here, and just gave him like a huge bag of weed. It was, I guess, the guy was transporting. I don't know.
Man, that's way better than cash.
Oh yeah, shit. I will work for weed for sure.
Yeah, I like trading.
I mean, what am I gonna do with my cash anyways? Buy weed.
Right. Just pay me. Tell your boss, just pay me in weed, please.
Quarantine cookies.
Yeah, if you're gonna pay me in green, make it useful green.
Put it in a big fat sack.
That's the flowers. I prefer cannabis ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I got a roof, I got food. You know, what do I need money for? Herb.
No way, Ren's in here. Whoa!
What's up? Yeah, I sent her an invite.
Hey,
I haven't seen you in a while.
Thanks for coming and hanging out with us, Ren.
Let me just connect like my stuff real fast. I'll be
okay.
I think she was the one that had the photo of like a beam of light coming out of the desert, you know, like a monolith or something. Wasn't she the one that showed us that photo?
I'm not sure.
I've seen a couple of beams. Josh Casey had explained to me about this beam he's seen coming up out of the ground. We went for 2-3 hours one night looking at different photos of beams and could not really mimic what he's seen. And then somebody put up something one day. I think it was Brian, the Sasquatch guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he put up something where a beam was coming out of the ground, and it looked, I guess, just like the beam that Josh had seen. He's seen the picture, and he's like, "That's it. That's the color." You know, so it's kind of weird. Another guy had a picture of a beam, and it was the same thing. I guess Josh had seen. We finally found it.
So I don't know who said that because I couldn't see exactly, but I was one of the people that I had a picture of like a white monolith, and it was out in the desert by Skunk Works. So yes, I was like one of the people that I guess kind of had like certain like a weird picture.
I saw something similar one time. It was like these dark shadows across the sky. It's hard to explain. It was like a dark beam, I guess. And there was like these 3 streaks, and you're like, I couldn't figure out how that's even possible. Like, you know, something's in front of the sun, or it wasn't like a cloud blocking the light. It was literally just like these dark strips across the sky. And I've seen photos and videos of other people seen something similar. It was very strange. But I've seen a lot of strange things, man. A whole lot of strange things. I mean,
Anything lately, Sunsaver?
I'm trying to think what. It's been a minute since I've really had I've heard some strange stuff lately. Like just last night there was something outside. I had the TV going or was watching YouTube, and I heard something like this strange cry. It sounded almost like a baby hawk or like a kid crying. It was very creepy sounding. I don't like the creepy woo stuff. And so by the time I turned everything down, it quit, but then a dog started kind of barking. And I was like, man, I don't know what that was. But other than that, you know.
That's always trippy when you hear other animals.
Man, I've seen on Valentine's Day or Valentine's Day night, came home from dinner, and just like 2 days before that, I seen an orb in my house, this little tiny thing I thought was a bubble. I tried to pop it in front of my son-in-law too. I tried to pop it, and it just stayed stationary. It wasn't floating around like a bubble does in the house. It was just in one spot. It wasn't floating. So I went over and was going to pop this bubble, and as soon as my finger got about that close to it, I was going pretty slow. It just shot straight up, and man, it went through the ceiling. That's what I seen. Maybe it's a bubble and it popped, but it sure looked like it shot up through the ceiling. And then a couple nights later was Valentine's Day night. I came home, went out back. There was 2 orbs up in the sky out to the southeast.
It sounds like
kinky spirits.
I seen
the orb.
Big glowing. The orbs were orbs like Josh shows us on the videos. The same exact thing. It was orbs. that's pretty hard to explain. I don't know how he does it, but he does a pretty good job of explaining them. But yeah, that's it's weird, man. It's just these lights that it's like they're flickering at you though. It's like they're shining at you and then they kind of flickered out and then disappeared.
Strange.
They went down to nothing and were gone. And
to me,
I haven't seen
like
anything since, dude. I've been really looking now. I've been going out every night and looking, and I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen nothing new.
To me, the orbs look like a little miniature sun. I mean, I've seen videos from a long time ago. My first time ever seeing an orb, it was literally just a video. It was on a show called A Current Affair. This was back in 1992. There was a huge flap in Gulf Breeze, Florida. So they took the studio cameras down to the beach in Florida and they filmed it. And they showed this on live TV. Like, this was daytime. This is right about when Oprah Winfrey first started out. And they showed it. And I didn't know that was my first real, that I remembered at that time encounter or something like that. I just couldn't understand what I was looking at. You could see all the way into it. It was like a ball of light. It reminded me of like those little globes that Radio Shack used to have, the little, lightning ball thing, little Van de Graaff generator. So you could see like this electricity flowing out from the core and it was hitting like this force field and you couldn't tell like a bubble, but you couldn't tell what was holding it together.
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks
all
like.
The way into the core
from the center though, but it's a perfect circle of what we're seeing.
Yeah, like a perfect circle, and it was spinning, and it expanded, and then it shrunk down. And they had, of course, this was analog TV, but it was HD because these were studio grade cameras, And so they focused in. You could see details just very clear up close.
When I seen it getting bigger, Sunsaver, when it would grow to me, I didn't see it as it growing. I seen it as that light was getting so bright, it just made it look like a bigger circle. That's what it looked like to me. Like it was growing, but it was that light from the center would get real bright and big, and it would look like the bubble got bigger. And then, as it flickered out, everything got smaller and smaller and smaller, and it would flicker and flicker. And it was just gone.
That's what these
orbs
were
doing.
They
They weren't traveling very fast. They were barely moving, and then they were moving like this too, not just like pacing each other like I've seen before. These were moving like around the scale. It was weird. It was that's the straight that was almost as strange as seeing a little bubble stationary in my house and me trying to touch it and it shooting. That one kind of freaked me out.
That would trip me out.
I've never seen things like this before, and I thought, okay, this is it. Now I'm gonna start seeing this stuff. Now I'm gonna start seeing it.
Well, yeah, you're aware of it
like
now.
A couple of days, and then it was like
you're aware of it. You know.
Yeah. Well, like Chris Bledsoe, they see stuff. Him and his son Ryan see stuff all the time. Josh has been seeing stuff a lot. I just tend to go like it might be months, it might be years before I see anything. I could tell y'all about my most recent sort of like UFO experience. It's my first time having a witness there with me. This was my buddy Johnny, who just recently passed away. May he rest in peace. He just died a few months ago, but this was about a month before Johnny died. This was a dude who used to be in an electric wheelchair around the corner. Well, he came over, woke me up. I heard him out there beeping, and I was sleeping on the couch. And so I got up and I went outside, and he was like, man, he's ready to burn one. It's our wake and bake thing, and we just sit out there right in the driveway and smoke. And so he's about to fire it up, and I look and I see this freaking, it looked like a sheet of paper, and it was like it was walking or something, like a cartoon going across the sky. And I was just like, man, it's too early for this shit. And he's like, what shit? And I said, UFO up there, do you see it? And he looked and he's like, no, I don't see nothing. And I said, I kind of put my finger, like look down my finger. He said, oh yeah, I see it, And I said, well, maybe it's just an airplane. Right about the time it changed from a sheet of paper and it started looking like a little airplane. It started putting out like a little contrail. And he was like, that's not an airplane. And I was like, yeah, I know. And then it just kind of vanished, And I was like, man, that I had a witness, so he was blown away. He's like, man, I never seen a UFO before, and I said, well, I'm glad you saw it because that kind of proves I'm not crazy, not hallucinating. But what was that about? The way it was just it was like it was walking, and then it just sort of flattened out and turned into an airplane looking. and it just jetted away.
There's a guy named Chris Holmes. I think that's his name. I hope I'm getting that right. No, that's a different guy. It's Tim McCart I'm thinking of. Tim McCart sent me a video, and then he called me. He called me on Messenger, and he was like, dude, I don't know what I just seen. He goes, Sonny, I see planes all the time, coming in. And he said he seen a light that was not a plane, and it was just a round light. And as it got closer, this light turned into a plane. He's basically saying the same thing, but it was at nighttime, and he said it turned into a plane. And he freaked him out. He was calling me on the phone to tell me, and then he sent me a video of it. It's hard to say from a video from a phone. It's hard to tell what he's seeing. But he said that it was just a ball of light, and then it turned into a plane and flew over the top of him.
I would love to tell you guys my best UFO story ever, if y'all want to hear it.
Yeah.
This was several years ago. It was it was not too many years before my father died. So I guess it was probably around 2012, 2014 time frame. I still had my truck. I still had my business. My business was kind of going under though, because I just wasn't really into it anymore. I really just wanted to kind of retire and do something different. But so I was coming back from this grocery store up the road, and I'm going, and I see it looks like a really large buzzard or really giant eagle or something, and it's just kind of flopping like this dark gray, just like a dark gray blob that is flapping, And I looked, and I was like, "That's the biggest buzzard I've ever seen." And then I looked, and I was like, "That's not a buzzard," because it was just kind of doing this shit, like a black plastic bag. It started looking kind of shiny, like a garbage bag or something, but a huge bag. So I pulled over immediately. I had my camera there on the truck too. I didn't even think about grabbing the camera. I just literally pulled over and got out on the side of the road to get a better look. And it's coming my way, kind of coming over the trees. It was really low, like maybe just 300-400 feet up in the air. And so I'm looking at it, and I was like, what? I couldn't tell what I was looking at. So I was like, I just sort of directed my thought towards like, what are you? And I sort of saw like a little orange light appeared like in the center of this gassy black blob thing, or dark gray blob. And so I thought, it's a garbage bag with a candle under it, maybe like a what you call a Chinese lantern is what I'm thinking. And right when I thought that, it sort of shaped up into like a Chinese lantern thing. But then it was just too big. As it started getting closer, I was like, that's too big. I said, well, maybe it's a balloon. And as soon as I thought maybe it's a balloon, it literally just puffed up into this sort of like Wizard of Oz balloon with the, it was all just gray, sort of black and white or gray. And it had like just a little jet under there, but there was no basket. There was no, and it didn't even look like a modern balloon, that passengers would go in. It was it was an image right out of my own mind of like from the Wizard of Oz. Is the only really balloons I've ever seen, the old, black and white balloon on Wizard of Oz. And I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. That's not a balloon, And then I thought, well, like, what are you? And it's going over, and it's already passing me now and kind of going off towards the west. And I was like, maybe like it's a cloaked jet or something. And so then it just sort of turned into the sort of diamond shaped, spiky looking thing. And then the sort of the tail end of it, I would call the distal end or whatever, it just sort of shaped up into like a funnel and started spitting out like a little blue flame, like a little propane flame. And I was like, that's not an afterburner on a jet. I mean, this is not a cloaked jet, just a really pathetic disguise. And I almost had like a feeling of like this was a sick animal or something. It was almost like it was sick and it couldn't even really pull off a good disguise. And I was like, wait a minute, you're not a cloaked, stealth jet, because that wasn't enough of a flame to propel it, And I was like, what are you? I'm questioning the thing. And then it just started speeding up and just sort of jetted away. Very strange. It was like it couldn't get its disguises right, And it was just like a black, gassy, I don't know how to describe it except like a cloud of a blob or something, But the little orange light, it just, it sort of turned into this, and then tried to look like a balloon, and it tried to look like a cloaked thing, and it turned into a blue light with a little jet, looked like a little propane torch. I was like, oh, come on, man. It's like, that does not look like an afterburner. Would be much more powerful. It would be orange and it would be loud. It just made no sense. It was just this thing. It was like this thing was just like, hey, don't look at me, or I'm whatever you want me to be. That's what I'll be. But let me get out of here. It's like, the more I questioned it, the faster it tried to get away from me. It seemed like.
Did you hear anything from it? Like any type
No,
of?
it was totally silent. Totally silent. Like I said, it started out looking like, oh, it's just a giant hawk, but God, it's the biggest hawk I've ever seen. It looked to be about somewhere around 30, 40 foot across, 20 to 30 foot, 40 foot across. Yeah, like I said, just kept changing shape. Whatever I thought, well, maybe it's this. I was trying to figure out what I was looking at, and everything I thought of, it would take that image. It was like it was taking the image right out of my mind. And like, how does it read your mind? That's another thing. Like, how would it read your mind? And also I've noticed that it seems like if there's multiple people there, that it doesn't really change shapes. I've seen videos of similar looking things that it's almost like it's locked into this one disguise because somebody already decided that's what it is, I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I have no idea what that particular type of UFO is. All I know is they seem to be a master of disguise, and they can read our thoughts somehow.
That's pretty. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about a floating blob yet, but yeah, 20 to 30 feet's pretty big for it to be anything else. I mean, a bird. That's a huge bird.
Oh yeah,
I'm a floating blob sometimes.
Aren't we all?
That's the strangest one I've ever had. I mean, now a few months ago, I'd say maybe last year, I saw several orbs. I managed to film one of them daytime. I just looked and I was like, wow, Venus is really bright. Like, wait a minute, that's not the right location for Venus. It was in the northeast. And Venus, when you see Venus, it's usually towards the southwest where I'm at. So I ran and grabbed the camera. And when I grabbed my camera, it had already sort of dimmed down and just looked like a white dot. It wasn't nearly as bright. And now it was hard to focus on it because it was like it was blinking in and out. But by the time I zoomed in on it, it just sort of vanished. But I did manage to catch that on camera. And I've uploaded that to my channel, that particular video to my channel. Then not long before that, I'd seen one of these orbs really low. It sort of caught my attention because there was like a star, and then it just sort of dimmed out. And I was like, well, wait a minute, where'd it go? And then it sort of lit up again and just started moving down. It's coming lower, and it kind of came around to the north. It crossed over, and so I'm like literally running up the street to try to get to try to meet it. And it passed over. It kind of got lower, almost like it was dropping down to let me see it, And it was just an orb. It looked like it was maybe 4 foot across, maybe 4 to 6 feet across. It looked like an orange beach ball or like a little miniature sun, and you could see kind of like it was like flaming, like it wasn't perfectly smooth. It had like ripples of flame and fire around it, and it just sort of dipped out, and then it was almost like it was breathing. You could see it kind of glow, and then it would go back down, and it would glow, and then I was like, wow, well, thanks for letting me see you, but I was kind of like demanding, like, come back and let me get a better look at you. And when I started being sort of demanding like that, that's when it really took off and started going faster, and it sort of dimmed out. But it was one of these orbs. That was my first time seeing an orange orb like that up close. And that's the closest I've ever been to an orb sighting. That was maybe about 200-300 foot in the air, really low, and then it just flew off.
Crazy.
Yeah, I've only caught orbs in like photographs of like ghost orbs is what I classify. It seems like there's like UFOs that like people are saying about orbs and then in a UFO sense, but my experiences have always been in like the like it's a ghost. Like the picture I took was in front of me in my, apartment, so I know it's not like a spacecraft, but it's just it's interesting. But I've sensed it before, and I look at my cat and the younger one, and I always see him looking at nothing. And I have a feeling, and I look over at my cat, and I know that's a confirmation, but I take out my phone and take a picture with the flash on, and I caught it, and then it was like a few orbs like right by each other. And I'm like, I could feel something. My cat says it's something, and then I caught,
Yeah, cats will see stuff, and they'll let you know. They'll look, and you're like, I'm like, oh man, what are you seeing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. I think cats see it, and I think a lot of these are spirits. I mean, we don't really know what these orbs are. So spirits, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, matter and energy can either be created or destroyed. So your consciousness, or your soul, or your spirit, it has to go on and transition into something else. So who's to say that they're, these, like that little orb that Sonny saw, that could have been that, that definitely could have been like a spirit or a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely believe in the whole ghost stuff, but I didn't used to. I was a total skeptic. I mean, I was a scientist.
Until you have it happen to you.
I mean, yeah, until you start having these experiences, just over the years, I've really come around.
The little bubble in the house, guys, that's scary as shit to me, because I thought it was a bubble and I almost touched it. It wasn't a bubble. There's no
wasn't
way.
An acid flashback.
Yeah, no, that's why my son-in-law was in the kitchen and I was in the living room. It was between us, and I was like, "You see this?" And he said, "No." And then I said, "Come here," because it almost had a clear look, but it's weird. What I like to see, the way I describe it is when somebody has cataracts, a dog or something.
Yeah,
that fog over their eye. It was a gray fog, but still see-through. It just looked like a little bubble was floating there, but not moving. And so he got close to me, and I go, "Look, it's right there." And he goes,
crazy.
"Oh,
good."
And then after I try to touch it, and it shoots through the ceiling, and I go, "What the fuck?" That was my reaction. I go, "What the fuck was that?" And he goes, "Oh, I used to see those all the time in my other house, where he grew up." And he said, "My mom said that they're just spirits," and he wasn't even shocked. Like, I was blown away, dude, and he wasn't even like, he'd seen it before. It was no big deal.
Is she Mexican or that? Yeah. So it's like, I wish I was born into like the Mexican family that was accepting of spirits and everything, but I wasn't. So.
Was that because of the religion that your family brought you up with?
Yeah, Jehovah's Witness isn't.
Oh yeah.
That lax about things, and so, because my grandma Lopez, both my grandma and grandpa Lopez were JWs, and they kind of like, to me, because they didn't celebrate any holidays and everything like that, like, I felt like a part of me was robbed. And it was like the part of me that never got a quinceañera, like the part of me that like of certain things. So I never learned of certain things that my grandma could have seen while she was in Mexico and living in her village. You know what I'm talking about? Like I want to be like, was there any like witchy ladies in your village? And so it's like, she would probably not, if I asked her now, she wouldn't talk about it. Like when she was babysitting me, she wouldn't let me watch Are You Afraid of the Dark when I was a kid.
Because it was about
ghosts.
Witches and ghosts.
It just wasn't a part of your religion.
It's like you didn't celebrate any holidays, so not your birthday, nothing. Like, so everything is bad. Everything in the world is bad. So it's like I never got any of that when I was a kid. So it's like it makes me proud that I was never baptized and I never understood it as a kid. And that means I know I have a past life as being a witch. And it's like I'm like, yeah, I didn't fall for any of that bullshit. But yeah, it's because of the religious where it's like I missed out on the Mexican like folklore and superstitions where, it's like, we don't,
I see what you mean.
The JWs don't necessarily believe that.
So you couldn't take part in a lot of traditions and things.
What's really new to me is the Poltergeist Activity. I've never encountered any kind of Poltergeist activity until just recently, this past year. This whole neighborhood, people have been reporting, like the girl at the store, like she says, every other person comes in says they've seen a ghost, apparition, or something flew off the shelf or something like that. Well, a few months ago, I was over at a friend's house talking to her son, and he's starting out in construction. I used to own a construction company and have a lot of customers out there. So I was trying to let him know, hey, I could get you set up and I could take you around, introduce you to these little old ladies on the north side that live in all these mansions, these really wealthy part of town. And, once your name gets out there, they'll be calling you for every little thing. And you can make a ton of money doing, if you're good at what you do, which he's a pretty good carpenter. So we're sitting there talking, and right in between us, he's across the table, and there's 2 or 3 other people there, listening. He's talking, and there's a cup holder in front. It's literally just a jar, a flat bottom jar with pens and pencils, but it's not top heavy or anything. It's stable. It's on the table. He's sitting there talking to me, and I'm looking. This is right in between us, and it literally just slams over, and all the pens spill out. And I was like, dude, that guy's name was Justin, and I was like, Justin, did you see that? I mean, did you knock that over? I didn't touch it, and nobody else could even reach it. He just kind of kept talking. He picked it up and stood it up, and he didn't even notice it. He just picked it up and stood it back up and kept on talking. And I looked at I looked at the girl, and the mama, she looked at me like I saw it too, And there's been some other strange activity at that house. Like there was a blue beam of light just appeared. I was sitting there just kind of waiting on her to come back outside. And this is the mother that I was sort of hanging out. And she's recently widowed too. Long story, but I used to know the guy. I worked with her husband, was a painter. So I used to see him at the Sherwin-Williams store every morning. So I'm just sitting there thinking, man, what am I doing here? I'm just there to wash clothes and kind of bum stuff, but also trying to kind of, help her get, continue on and sort of find some hope in life. And I was kind of questioning my own motives, like what am I even doing here? Am I doing the right thing? And I kind of thought, well, I knew Richard was the husband, and I'm sure, he knows my intentions are honorable. Like I'm not there just trying to get her in bed or something, right? And so right about the time, like a blue light just shone on the bottom of the tree, just a big square of light. And I saw something like this years ago, like 30 years ago. I saw something very similar, and it just kind of shot up the tree and went off into space, and I freaked out. So then the girl, the mother comes outside, and I was like, hey, I told her, so I just saw this, I'm looking, I'm thinking maybe her son, she's got a son that's he's bad off on the crack and stuff. So I thought, oh, he's out of prison again. He's up there fucking with us, got a flashlight on the roof or something. I'm looking to see where the light came from, and there's just nothing up there. There's no helicopters around or anything. And so I start telling her about it, and she's like, yeah, I saw that light too the other day. And well, she, my daughter, Amanda, she didn't believe me. So then she comes out, and I sit on the other side, and she's sitting there, and I'm telling her about it. And right as I'm telling her about it, like her eyes, she's kind of rolling her eyes like, yeah, right. I heard this before. Right about the time I see the light out of the corner of my eye comes on, and then she looks, and I was like, I saw it. You saw it too, and her mouth just kind of fell open like, yeah, I saw it too. So then I had 2 witnesses.
How much mescaline did you do that day? That's my only question.
Man, I was totally sober. No drugs.
Wow.
This was not
the day before, maybe
there's 2 other people there saw it. No,
What's
man,
up, BG?
It was like
Where
a
you
party
from?
Have to
thing,
be
like
on drugs.
it was consent. Like everyone,
No.
you know what I mean? Like everyone just was fucking up.
That's not the
BG.
explanation, man.
I know.
Where you-
You
I
can
don't
film.
know.
You can't film.
Oh, it's good.
Can't film a hallucination, and these things have been
Exactly.
filmed before.
Exactly. So where's the
That's how-
evidence? Show film. Was it
Oh
not
yeah,
a
you have to go to my
hallucination?
channel.
Oh shit!
Like I
Yo,
said,
I'm
there's
wrong.
2 other people
I'm
there,
gonna
man.
subscribe to you right now. All right, dude. I'm subscribing to you right now.
So
Hell
Sunny,
yeah.
Bree, Smokey, everybody. So I was wondering if you guys have seen or heard of that documentary, or anybody in the chat. It's like about this house like that can go into a different dimension, and it's like a mirrored house, if that makes sense. So there's a house next door to it that looks the same. It's kind of like where if you put them together, they could be like the same house. It's where I live, there's 2 houses like it, and when I was little, I just remember going trick-or-treating, and it was when I was like a baby, you know, when they say that you can see different dimensions or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember going trick-or-treating, and the door opened, and I was just like blatantly terrified, and I never went back to that house ever since I was like like a child or whatever, or I had no reason to go back there.
So was
But
it
ever
bad vibes? Like was that?
like I was just bad everything. I don't even remember if I saw anything. Like I just remember being terrified. And then I remember, and that's why I was just like, hey, has anybody seen this like documentary? I think it was on Amazon about like the house. I think it's called The House in Between or something like that. And the house that is like on how they talk about it was built the same way that the house I saw gave me super creepy vibes when I was little. And I was just like, what if like I was just wondering if anybody else has seen that documentary or heard of it, because it was super creepy. And I definitely think that certain houses hold certain energies, and even certain like architecture can call upon different spirits.
Wood is supposed to hold it, and like I know the place I moved from before this one in Minneapolis, there's a lot of it's old city, so a lot of like the duplexes have this amazing woodwork that's original from the early 1900s, and then they have like built-in bars where it's like there's like cupboards, and so it's all wooden. So I know the place that I had moved from had poltergeist activity. Like my husband was opened up the cabinet, and like the stack of plates like was like someone had like tossed up at him. So it's like there's like that level of, I would kind of categorize it as poltergeist. I saw the Hat Man there at that house. So
you were getting trolled, but is that what you're saying? These ghosts are trolling you?
Me or Brie?
Right.
I don't think that's what she was saying.
No, man.
I think ghosts are trolls, bro. Like they just fuck with people that are willing to get fucked with. If you're fucking got your guard down, they'll fuck with you, man. Trolls, dude. That's how I see it. Am I wrong?
Well, that last apparition I saw, dude, I had just prayed. Like I was there, literally, I said a little prayer in my mind, like, I was like, God, Heavenly Father above, am I doing the right thing? Should I even be here? I'm like, well, no. And I thought, well, what would her dead husband think? Like, well, hell, Richard and I were friends, and I'm there, orphans and widows. I'm there looking after his widow. So, and that's when the light appeared. So take it for what it's worth, man.
yeah, there's difference of like a poltergeist versus just normal haunting. And so that's where like plates flying and like certain things is like poltergeistness. So
Yeah, there are negative. Yeah, there are negative. Like I was filming one time. I don't know the name of the video, but it's on my channel. My channel's hard to find too. The best way to find my channel is to just type in 3 different words. It's water wheel, magnet, motor. So it's water wheel on all one word, magnet like a permanent magnet, and then motor. And if you find that video, that's the easiest way to find my channel. This is a magnet motor that I built that I filmed a lot of these motors that I invented. But yeah, my channel's buried. I have, after 10 years, I still only have like 400 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't, YouTube does not promote my channel at all. But
I think
yeah, I
with
filmed
certain
up
content
Poltergeist
type
you know.
that I hear that from other people in different like UFO and a lot of paranormal people say that same thing.
If you're trying to give useful information like free energy is real, or like, you know, cancer has been cured and that it's already been patented by the federal government. There was a guy named Brzezinski, and he was all over the news. He was on daytime TV, on Oprah, everything. And he cured like 100 people, like 99 out of 100 people literally just cured their cancer. He just did experiments with rats, and he found that certain rats, he couldn't give them cancer. He was trying to inject them with cancer cells, and some of the rats just wouldn't get sick, and the other rats got sick really easily. So he just did a sort of chemical analysis, and he found that the rats that got cancer were deficient in this sort of a protein. Well, he figured out how to synthesize this protein. He called it neoplastones, and they started like giving it to people. And they shut him down. They wanted to arrest him and everything. They wouldn't let him treat people. They said it was interstate commerce and all this. The state of Texas for a little while was trying to help him, you know, set up, well, you know, hey, you can cure people. They'll have to come to Texas to get the cure, because so it's not interstate commerce, you know. But you think about it, if you cure cancer, that's all the chemo, all the radiation therapy, all these expensive MRI scans, and all this machinery. All these doctors are trying to pay for new bass boats and shit. Well, if you got a cure for cancer, then, you know, that puts everybody out of business. So they shut that dude down, and then the federal government actually patented this neoplastine cure for cancer. There's been a lot of stuff like that. There was a guy named Stan Meyer and built a water burning car. That was all over the news. It was on, you know, local news and national
Didn't
news.
He die?
Yes, they killed him.
Stan Meyer was murdered. Yeah, he was poisoned at a Cracker Barrel.
Yep.
Somebody claimed to be. They claimed that they were from, you know, Yugoslavia or somewhere, or, you know, some Polish, you know. Somebody there was claimed to be military that wanted to buy it, you know, and they sort of had a little meeting there at a Cracker Barrel, you know, a public place. You think it's safe. And so they did a toast or whatever, and somebody brought him a glass of juice or something, and he got up and he's like, oh shit, he ran outside. He said, they poisoned me. They poisoned me. He knew what was up because he felt his stomach and everything, and he just dropped dead right there. And then it vanished, you know, and of course, then just, you know, you never hear anything else about it. Every 10 years or something like that will come along, like, hey, here's a, you know, this will solve all the world's problems. Like even Google headquarters was being powered supposedly by these bloom boxes. It literally turned natural gas directly into electricity, zero pollution, zero waste, zero carbon pollution, you know, would be great for protecting the earth from global warming. And then it vanished. You never hear anything else about it. Nobody, you know, what happened to these bloom boxes, you know. The technology just goes underground, and you never hear anything about it anymore.
Well, they take it all. It's like they leave us to do, I mean, not all of the work, but a lot of the good ideas, and then they can just take whatever they want, kind of. It seems that way.
They just don't release it. They don't let the public, you know, the public gets to hear about it like, oh, well, you know, and so here's some hopeful news, you know, this guy with a water burning car, you know, he's supposedly got like 100 miles per gallon on water, literally just on water, you know, put some water in there, put some salt, maybe, you know, some kind of catalyst, and boom, you know, you got hydrogen and oxygen. And hydrogen oxygen also, it doesn't actually burn, it recombines, so it's an implosion reaction. And this releases way more energy. It's basically cold fusion. This was Pons and Fleischmann. These were two well-credited scientists from the University of Utah back around 1990, 91. They discovered this cold fusion. Basically, you got fusion products and helium and stuff. Very little radiation, very little waste, and it was excess energy from lithium, too, was the catalyst. But, you know, that's another thing. Like they totally got rid of those guys. Newsweek and MIT and all these big, Harvard, all these big universities came out and said, "Oh no, there's nothing to it." Newsweek put out a story, a headline, cold confusion and all this, and they try to just sort of backtrack it and take it back. Or like you'll hear an announcement, "Oh, we found this fossil from Mars, and it's got these microbes," and oh no, well, we take it back. It's maybe something else. And this has been going on for decades.
Do you guys think that if the Men in Black were to still be in existence or real, do you think that they would wear more of the apparel that has been reported, like let's say like the suit and ties and the hats, or do you think they would have, I guess, acclimated to like our present day attire of like t-shirt and khakis or something? Like, what do you guys think?
But black khakis and t-shirt?
Well, I mean, wasn't there like point to blend in? So wouldn't they try to? I mean, honestly, if I see like somebody nowadays, I'm gonna be like, they're gonna stand out more than somebody in jeans and a t-shirt or khakis and some like in a flannel or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably shifted. So it's not technically any Men in Black. I think it's probably shifted, and like you were saying, modernized appearance.
That'd be a Men in Black makeover.
And that's the thing where it's like, think of all the security guards at Target or any of like the undercover. They are in plain street clothes because you want to blend in. So I mean, but if they're supposed to be of ET descent, they're supposed to have these oddities that stick out no matter what. So it's a good thought. Like who knows? But it's a good question.
Because so I have like a little story, and I think I don't know if I said this before, but it's like it was a weird story. And I was out like by a base, I guess like star watching with my person, and we were in my car. We weren't like out wandering or anything, and these two cars showed up. One was a minivan and one was a sedan. And a guy got out of each one, and they just stared at me or looked at us while we were in the car. And how we were parked was, so there's like, if you go straight, the road goes along the base area, but we were not near it. We were actually about 50 feet from home, and there's like a little turnout right in the beginning of the dirt road. And so like we were in this turnout to the point where like I was parked, so if I had to just like leave right away, I could just put my car and drive and just go straight. And so it was really strange that they had parked like facing me, like not blocking me in, but kind of blocking me in, not being aggressive, but being sketchy, making me uncomfortable. You know what I mean? And they were not dressed in like a suit and tie or anything. They were dressed in, like I said, a flannel and like a blue jean jacket over it with like khakis. You know what I mean? Just regular shit that you and I would wear and normal day people would be wearing. And I didn't get out of my car. I didn't flash my lights at them. I literally just drove right fucking past them and straight to my house like as fast as I could. And me and my boyfriend were just like, the first thing we did was we checked our like phones and like the time in the car to see if like the time had changed, if we had any loss of time, and that hadn't happened. So we were just like, that was really uncomfortable. Either that was like somebody from the nearby base like being uncomfortable with us being there, or obviously like there's people can do whatever they want in the desert, but it was a very
people do freaky shit in the desert.
Exactly, but it was also like
Burning Man and all that stuff.
But we weren't that far out either. I mean, we were not far out at all. I mean, when I go like rock hunting into the desert in the daytime, I go much farther out than I was at that time. And it was just so weird. And that's kind of, I guess, why I brought up, what do you guys think about like Men in Black? What would they be wearing? Like, it's so weird. And like, I feel like a lot of times when we do see like sketchy people, they're not dressed in a suit and tie. They're just dressed like you and I. And it's just like the way we feel around them is what sets us off.
Well, my only experience with the Men in Black was they were dressed in Armani suits. and one of them was an ex-Dallas Cowboy. He had a Super Bowl ring on, and I recognized him.
An
But
ex-Dallas
these were
Cowboy,
not.
that's crazy.
Yeah, these were private security, obviously, and but I don't really know for sure who they were working for. The guy that I was meeting with claimed to be the owner of a Canadian oil company, and they wanted to do directional oil drilling. So they wanted to buy a prototype of something I patented a long time ago, and they wanted to use it for directional oil drilling. I'm like, well, I mean, that's not really my intended purpose for it. It was really intended to be a video game, but it could have a lot of other uses. And so I was also concerned too that the thing I invented had high tech microchips in there from American companies. And there's a thing called ITAR. It's International Trade in Arms, and so you're not really supposed to sell high tech devices like microchips, across international borders. So the fact that they claim to be a Canadian oil company, I'm like, I'm taking a big chance, even just selling you a prototype, because technically, if somebody wanted to say, hey, this could be used for American military purposes. So I was like, I'm taking a huge gamble, and they offered like 15,000, and I was like, man, I can make 15,000 just 2 weeks of selling used cars. So that's not worth it to me. It's got to be enough for me to retire on. So I just turned them down flat out. But we met at my parents' house. My parents were on vacation. They were gone to France. And so I figured this would be sort of a safe place to meet these people. And so dude shows up in a limousine, flew into the local airport. I live in a little town in North Louisiana. And they drove out to my parents' house and met me. And he had like 5 security guards. They were all like big like linemen. These guys they're all like 7 foot, 400-pound dudes. And they all had Armani suits, and they all had like jewelry on and shit. And like 2 of them were black guys. And one of them, literally, I recognized him. He was part of Troy Aikman's Front Four. So I figured they were just private security, but that's my experience with the Men in Black is they were just, they obviously they felt, oh, well, they probably felt like maybe I was there to, want to just rob them or something. I don't know, maybe they had cash with them. I don't know, but I should have just took the 15 grand and promised them something. But like I said, I didn't want to go to prison for 15 years for breaking the ITAR restrictions, because if I had sold them one of my prototypes, literally it had high tech stuff in there. I was the only one that knew how to do this really high gain amplifiers, like 1,000 gain, which is not even supposed to be possible. So that's a little bit of my background. I used to be an electronics whiz kid. My whole life I've been like that.
So are you from Dallas or Texas, or are you from the Texas area?
I'm from here. I'm from West Monroe, Louisiana.
Oh, Louisiana. Okay, that's cool.
Home of the Duck Dynasty. Home of the Duck Dynasty people. The Duck Dynasty have their castle like 2 miles down the road there. They got their little Disneyland, little Never Land.
Oh my gosh.
Literally
Okay,
2 miles down the road.
Speaking of Disneyland, that's such a good thing that's brought up. Did you guys know that when you go to Disneyland, there's people that work in Disneyland that are set up to look as guests? They're security for Disneyland, but they look just when me on the rides eating a hot dog. They're literally the Disney Men in Black. It's crazy if you think about it.
Oh, I had a very strange encounter in Disney World too.
They say it's the happiest place on earth, but who really knows?
Sunsaver, when you say you had what was your experience at Disneyland? I kind of interested in that, man.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to sort of set this up for you. So I'm sure you probably don't know this, but I'm the inventor of artificial reality, what you now know as virtual reality. I hold the first U.S. patent for virtual reality. we were actually my buddy was in Chicago doing patent searching and it was, it was sort of his idea. He wanted me to build a simulator. He wanted me to build something where it's like you're inside the computer, like the movie Tron is what he said. And I said, man, I don't want to do all the mechanical shit. And who's going to pay for all this hydraulics? And, they already have flight simulators at NASA and places like that. And he said, well, maybe you could do something else, And I thought, well, what about like a little head mounted, TV set? And so Radio Shack had just come out with little pocket televisions. This was around 1989. And I said, well, I could take 2 pocket televisions and put them like the Viewmaster. Used to be a toy with a little microfilm, and you click it, and it's in 3D because you have a parallax view. And so it looks like you're really there looking at it in 3D, I said, well, I could take 2 pocket televisions and mount it, but that part's not patentable because the Viewmaster, the patent was still in effect. So I came up with the idea. I said, well, we'll patent the sensor, and we'll patent the program and the computer all together as a video game with a head-mounted display. So this would be a new patentable thing. So he's doing patent searching on the head tracker that they were using at that time. They were using the Paul Heyman sensor for the Apache helicopters and stuff. So I guess somebody got curious, like, why are they patent searching this? And he probably told them, oh, yeah, my buddy invented this idea. At the time, I was using a 3D gimbaled compass. But literally, it was an optically scanned compass. So it basically was a compass with a gradation scale and a photo transistor on there. But I had this really complicated gimbal thing. So if you shook your head really fast, it would make the computer graphics go all wonky. And the graphics were really slow back then, too. This is like the late 80s, all right? Anyhow, so roll forward anyways, somehow they got wind of it, and Jurassic Park came out and was talking about virtual reality. We use virtual reality to rebuild the dinosaurs and all this, and virtual reality this, virtual reality that. Well, I was already writing the patent application for my invention. I say my invention because Billy was just sort of the inspiration, but my co-inventor, our invention of artificial reality is what I was calling it, like the holodeck. So I was going to use the Earth's magnetic field because that way you could walk. You wouldn't be confined to a local transmitter and a local head tracker. It's using the Earth's magnetic field, so you could literally just walk around through the virtual reality like the holodeck, I figured we'd have like a gymnasium and have mobile artificial reality. So there's virtual reality, this virtual reality. I said, man, they already stole the name, And I said, well, I'm already finished writing the patent application, about to send it off. So I just went in there and changed it and put virtual reality in the field of virtual reality, which didn't even exist yet. It was just all Hollywood. So that's how I got the first patent for virtual reality, is because they coined the phrase, Hollywood coined the phrase virtual reality. It was originally called artificial reality. And so anyways, so move forward 5 years to 1995, the patent grants first ever patent for virtual reality, and we're trying to market it. There was a little article in Popular Science magazine, very misleading too, because it doesn't say, these 2 guys invented artificial reality. It said, they hope to market their sensor for use in the field of virtual reality. Well, this was actually the first patent for virtual reality itself. So anyhow, we got invited to come to Disney World. This was the Intellectual Property Owners Association and the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office sponsored this at Disney World at the Epcot Center. Had to pay like a $500 entry fee. You had to pay for your own hotel room and everything to get there. So we're thinking, oh, well, here's a chance to show your patent to, other inventors, but also there's going to be like leaders of industry and, so we had already sent out like 500 different, we sent videos and copies of the patent and all this, had a VHS video because I was on the local news and all this too. So we sent out these sort of promotion packages to Nintendo, Atari, Microsoft, Motorola, Texas Instruments, IBM, Atari and Nintendo, everybody we could think of that might be interested in, marketing and mass producing virtual reality headsets. and nobody responded. Didn't even get no phone calls, nothing. Nobody approached us, nothing. So anyhow, I paid the entry fee to go to Disney World and everything. We go to Disney World, and it's like nothing but like, you know, mom and dad and these like a lot of look like Japanese businessmen there, you know, with their families. And nobody approached and said, hey, you know, I'm with such and such company. We're interested in licensing your technology, or, you know, hey, I'm with Microsoft. We want to, you know, buy your patent. Nobody approached us or said anything to us. Nobody. I mean, they came and looked, and then of course they ended up giving us an award too. We won first place in Blue Ribbon. They gave us a plaque. I still got the plaque from Disney World. But anyways, so they take us into the auditorium. Hey, we got a special treat for all you inventors. There was like 30 other inventors there, and there was a lot of cool inventions too. But if you didn't have something to actually sell, like unless you had were already making your patent, you know, had something there to sell, you know, it was really seemed pointless to me because nobody approached us, nobody offered to license it or buy the patent. So they take us in this auditorium, and it's like IMAX theater or something. And this was long before, this was in 95, so this is long before IMAX. And they didn't give us any kind of 3D glasses or nothing. So they put on this little show. It was called Honey, I Shrunk the Kids Again with Rick Moranis or somebody. And it comes on, and it's like in 3D, but you don't need glasses. I was like, what? This is not even supposed to exist. So this is like really top secret technology. And I was like, man, this is like alien technology. And then at the end of the show, like this snake pops up in 3D and comes out of the screen at you, and it sort of hisses, and then some water squirts up from the chair in front of you, you know, scared the shit out of me. But at the same time, it made me like, I had an epiphany. I was like, man, there are some evil motherfuckers running this culture. They've got secret science that the public has no clue. Like, I thought I was up on all the latest. I was reading Popular Science. I was reading Scientific American. I was keeping up with all the latest physics, so-called physics advances and stuff. And they had recently said, you know, well, you know, we had this, somebody at MIT had recently made like a 3D thing with mirrors and all this, you know, and it was supposedly still like 10 years down the road, right? No, they already had this really good, high quality 3D in your face, no glasses. You didn't need polarized glasses or nothing. And that blew my mind. I was like, aliens are already here. They're already running everything. So that was my first really freaky encounter like that. Well, some guy came to me, like the next day I'm at lunch, and some dude just shows up, this strange little guy, and I thought he was just some nut job. He had a folder like this thick of shit they had printed off the internet, and the internet was still kind of new back then. And it was all about free energy stuff and water burning cars and all this different sort of stuff that supposedly existed, you know. And he was like, hey, you ever look into free energy? You know, how is this possible? And I'm like, nah, you know, I'm the electronics expert here. Free energy is just not possible. You can't get more energy out than what you put into it. That's not possible. I blew him off as he's just some nut job, you know. And I kind of forgot about it until literally about 10 years ago. I started looking into this stuff some more. And I literally went onto this website that had all this supposedly suppressed free energy stuff. And every single thing that I built on there worked exactly like it said in the patent. And I still don't understand myself how a lot of these things are possible, but it's all possible, man. It's all real. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. It's like faith is reality. If you believe it, you'll see it. And seeing is believing. Like, you're not going to see something. If you don't believe in it, you're not going to see he's just hallucinating. You know, you're going to blow it off. But once you believe it, or once you actually see something, then you start seeing more and more shit.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my Disney World story. Is the only person that approached me was this one guy, you know, with the free energy stuff. He had a folder this thick of suppressed technologies that's been hidden from the public. Suppressed science.
Yeah,
alternative physics, whatever.
Can't believe you had the first patent on virtual reality, dude. That is awesome. That is mine.
Yeah, what an accomplishment.
Patent ever.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I actually had a kid like about a year ago. You know, I guess I'd told his dad about it, and he was finally just had to, most people just, oh, he's crazy. He thinks he invented artificial reality, or he thinks he invented virtual reality. And, well,
I was going to say put
here.
on the glasses like Mangus.
Yeah, I've got I have the original headset. We demonstrated.
Put on the glasses.
Well, it's not the original. This is the second one that I built, the second prototype ever of the head-mounted display. I still have it. So I showed the guy, and I showed him the patent. I showed him the copy of where I was in the newspaper, and I was in Popular Science magazine and all that. This is like 30 years ago too. So, but the kid, he just recently got a toy for, the new, one of the new virtual reality. It's getting pretty good finally. The display technology is starting to catch up with what our original vision was. Because like back then, the graphics couldn't even render fast enough. So. Anyways, this kid's like, thank you for inventing virtual reality because I love my new virtual reality toy. And I was like, it made me feel good. And you're like, hey, my life did have a purpose.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, that was a good feeling. I mean, I never made any money. I mean, I spent probably, in today's money, would probably be like about $100,000 of my own money that was totally blown on. Like I never made a dime on any of that.
Oh.
And, so that made me feel good though, that somebody, that's finally, it finally is sort of coming out to where people can use it and get some benefit from it. Mm-hmm. But why they had to change the name from artificial reality to virtual reality, this is what put me on my quest. Because when I came back from Disney World, I was like, oh, there's way more shit going on than I'm even aware of. And I thought I was the smartest kid on the block, So obviously there's way more going on than most of us are aware of. And of course, NASA has really been hiding and lying about a lot of stuff. Every time something weird flies into view, they cut to the blue screen and they cut the feed from the ISS anytime something weird shows up outside the window.
Yeah, I haven't. I've tried to use the satellites that they say is a live feed. I've pulled those up on my phone even, and I don't know if that's real. I can't tell. I don't know if what they're showing you on there is live. In other words,
I feel like it's.
Oh yeah, well, I
think so.
There's a space station up there, but that's the public. What the public gets to see of space is not the full story. I mean, I'm quite certain that there's bases on other planets already. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I think we're just not, they let you believe whatever you want to believe. Like a lot of people don't even believe like, there's no, like it's all fake. And then other people think that it goes way further than what it might actually go, so, but I mean, there was a guy named McKinnon or somebody that was a hacker, and he hacked into a NASA database, and he downloaded a list of what they call off-world commanders. So, but what are off-world commanders? I mean, so that's either a secret base in orbit, or it's a secret base on the moon or Mars, or what? What are off-world commanders? Are they even human? Is another thing to consider.
You would think that NASA would be like one of the biggest names that we hear from in regards to people demanding for disclosure and to know more about UFOs and what the government knows. NASA doesn't say anything.
Oh yeah, they're very tight-lipped. I mean,
why do you think that is?
It's because you don't own space. NASA does. That's Trailer Park Boy reference.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking remember. Oh my god, I forgot, and now I'm like, I remember. Fucking NASA does.
I mean, if
Would you
anybody
take
would
it?
know what's happening in the skies and in space, it would be them, right? They don't tell us nothing. They don't tell us anything.
I don't trust anyone, period. Really.
Trust no one.
And I sure don't
I
trust government.
I think a lot of it has to do with sort of like the freedom of religion thing, because if you try to come out and insist, like, oh well, here's, basically you're saying that, like, heaven is real and it's full of life, so that these are angels, obviously, that could really shatter a lot of, like, most people think that this is all that there is just here, life on Earth, and there's no life in space. The moon is totally dead. Mars is totally dead. They're just barren rocks or whatever. And so that can really be shattering to a person's whole worldview, their self-perception, their ego. Like, even like this Chris Bledsoe, he sees these things all the time. It's obviously a higher life form or something. It's something, like, we don't know. Like, as a scientist, I don't know. I can't say that it's, oh, these are just cloaked military craft or whatever, because I don't have no proof of that. But I can't say for sure that, it's an alien, because it could be some sort of a native life form that literally just works on this alternative physics. There's so much in physics that we just don't comprehend, that our sort of narrow, we've only been given a very limited view on reality. Particularly like the lithium-ion battery. Okay, the lithium-ion battery was literally, I say invented by Thomas Edison, but I don't know for sure even that he was the first one to use lithium. But the lithium-ion battery, as we know it today, was not invented by this John Goodenough, is what the story goes, in the late 80s. Literally over 100 years ago. I have hardback books to prove it. I mean, I can get it out right now and show you that these hardback books, that's over 100 years ago. It was called the Thomas Edison storage battery, and he had an electric car that ran on DC power that got 1,000-mile range on a single charge.
Wow!
Electric
so that's
car.
like that's a lipo battery, right? You're talking about?
Yeah. Well, basically,
lithium?
yeah. Lithium-ion. Yeah. Lithium phosphate is a newer chemistry. So they've made improvements. Yeah, but
it's what I run in all those
basically
cars behind me.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's lithium is the key ingredient, and it even says that, oh well, the secret formula is said to be salts of lithia, is what they called it. 100 years ago, it's called salts of lithia, but that's lithium, and that's the cold fusion too. That's also what the Pons and Fleischmann guys, when they discovered the cold fusion, basically it's more energy out than in, and so it's basically like fusion without the big nuclear bomb, So you're getting
These
way
batteries
more
are
power
dangerous too. These batteries are dangerous when they're discharging. When they're discharging, they'll explode.
I'm sure a
they
Baghdad
can catch
battery
fire,
would be
they can
fine.
blow up. I've had a lot of problems with my battery experiments. I almost caught the house on fire twice.
Yeah, I've
had
exploded
one blow
them.
up right after. I mean, I had my face like this close to it, and then I got up, and like literally 10 seconds later, walk in the next room, and that sucker blew up. I had it on charge, and it was shorted, and the dendrites had grown inside there. It just literally exploded.
I blew up a whole rack, Sunsaver, of, you know what a 8D is, a 8D loader battery. Those big bucket loaders, they take a really huge battery. I always remember it's 134 pounds.
Wow.
I had 9 of those on a rack, charging in sequence. And when I was taking the bells off, I accidentally crossed the bells in my glove. The bells just exploded, but that spark set the batteries off. All the batteries exploded in front of me. And you know, batteries, the old acid batteries have lead.
Did you have to check your shorts after?
Cap you cap them off with. Well, while they're charging, we set
Yeah.
lead caps on there, and the lead that bounces up and down, and it lets the acid come out, so it doesn't swell up. Lets off the pressure. It blew those lead caps up into the ceilings like grenades. Dude, they were all stuck in the roof of the shop. All of them.
Man.
It's the second time I made it. Sonny poop joke today, and I'm believing it.
Sorry, Sonny.
What?
Man,
What? I can't
yes.
hear you.
It's a wonder I still have all my fingers.
I said that's the second time I made a Sonny poop joke today, and I cracked myself up. Like I don't like Jamie and that. It's like I can keep that together, but I lose it. I lose it like a mature adult that I am. But
Get it
That's
together.
what
Yeah, no,
Will
so
always
don't ever
says.
trust
How old are we?
that's where I was like, you had to check. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just making a joke, and then I realized, but I was about the battery. I was like, did you have to check your shorts?
Oh yeah, it was quite the explosion. I had battery acid in my eyes and my face.
Whoa.
All over.
Did you
Oh, man.
did you have like contacts or anything in?
Oh,
Or
no.
did you have any eye protection and glasses or anything?
Oh no.
No.
Uh-uh.
I didn't think- I was just
had to
asking.
wash my eyes out with water. until it
Gary
stopped
wouldn't
burning. It's
either.
happened a lot.
So.
That's happened quite a few times actually. It was just that was the only time I exploded those really big ones. I never I've exploded regular car batteries before, like 12 of them, and yeah, I've had like 8 out of the 12 explode, but I never exploded all those big, huge batteries, and they all exploded. It's pretty dangerous.
My old buddy and I used to have a saying: "Don't ever trust a bomb maker with fingers missing."
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. And then, there at the battery shop, we made everything back then. We made the batteries, we made the acid. We had like 2 different vats of acid, had a higher vat and a lower vat. The higher vat wasn't mixed yet, and the lower vat was the stuff you could put in a battery and then mix with distilled water. You even had to break that one down. But the higher vat, you could take a glass beaker out of it and then take a normal shop rag and dip it in there and bring it out and then watch it just melt in front of you and fall on the ground. It was that strong.
Oh man,
We had the good stuff.
yeah, that pure sulfuric acid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you got to be careful mixing that.
Uh-huh.
Water,
Oh yeah.
'cause it can explode. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the tubs we would mix it in would get so hot. Oh
Look
man, it
at
would get
Andrew's
hot.
comment. And then I saw that, and then I heard someone say explode.
Yeah, just water and acid alone can literally just explode.
Oh man, gross.
The vat of acid reminds me of that Rick and Morty episode.
I think of people that are crazy and throw acid at ex-partners. Like they're bitter and they'll throw and just disfigure the person.
Oh no.
Oh,
Is what I
That is
what
another
I
level.
think of that.
We
Mhm.
always had a
Another
bad
level.
joke at the battery
That-
shop, and I would tell my cousin worked there with me, and I would
Oh,
tell him he always used Visine. I'd tell him, "You keep messing with me, I'm going to fill that Visine bottle up with battery acid." I would tell him that all the time, but yeah, I couldn't imagine really doing that to somebody. That's horrible.
That's horrible.
And Lil Pro says never trust a firearms instructor with no head, and I would agree. I would agree with that.
I second that as well.
Hey, what
And
do y'all
then
think about this
people-
Havana Syndrome shit? Y'all been hearing about
It-
that? Like people in
I've
the
heard of
government being attacked.
Don't
like,
get me
inside the
started.
White House
I've heard
grounds?
about it, yeah,
I
for
haven't.
get me
I want to
started.
know.
like a year when I first heard about it being reported.
Yeah,
Like it caught my
apparently it's,
attention.
apparently it's some type of sonic weapon or microwave. It's the same thing. Ultrasonics, microwaves. It's just a higher frequency. It was first reported at Havana, the U.S. Embassy in Havana. This were United States government personnel. They heard a sound, and then their heads started throbbing, and they had brain damage. And it's been confirmed now that several people, these were like, people in the Trump administration too, that were attacked literally while they were on the job. And I think it's actually Russian terrorists. I think it was actually, black ops working for Putin. So I think
sound can definitely mess you up. Today, this morning on Chad Smith's podcast, the roosters out here were going crazy. My neighbors way out have roosters, but a lot of them, so they're really loud. And I was muted. I told Chad I got to mute. The roosters are loud. I know they can hear them catching sound from the mic, and so I muted. And a little while later, I guarantee if you go back and watch it, a little while later, you see my head drop down, and then I like shake my head. The roosters were crowing really loud on this side of me. And an ambulance or a cop car or something went by with a siren going on this side, driving by the house. Those two noises like hit me at the same time. I got dizzy instantly. And as soon as the siren went away, I was fine. As soon as that siren got further away and it was just the roosters again, I was fine. But when it went by the house, I physically had to like shake it off. I got dizzy, and you'll see me reach up and cover my ears. If you guys go back and watch, I actually cover my ears because I couldn't take it.
I can hear white noise at department stores that they play I hear certain things, and it like does like older TVs emit this noise that I can hear, but my parents couldn't hear it. So it's like it would be physically causing me discomfort, and my parents would say, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, yeah, their ears are older. Younger people can hear a different frequency, but that's nothing. But I do, sound does have a physical effect.
Yeah.
They confirmed that some people can hear higher frequencies.
Yeah, I can tell if a TV's on in another room with no sound on or anything. If you turn the television on, it emits that sound that she's talking about. Is a real loud, but it's really, really loud, and I can hear that.
A lot of people can hear those higher frequencies. My parents had, back when my parents were still alive, they had one of these ultrasonic bug away things, it's like makes a ticking sound that supposedly only bugs, maybe dogs can hear it, but I could hear it. And I went over there, and it was just like this really loud and I was like, damn, what is that annoying loud sound? And they're like, what? We don't hear anything. I was like, that's got to be damaging your ears, and you don't even know it, And I finally located it, and that's our bug be gone thing, And I said, well, we got to turn this off. It's killing me. It was very loud ticking sound, but they couldn't hear it at all.
Huh.
You know what's really crazy is about like the Havana Syndrome. If you look at what it is giving to like some of the symptoms in humans, a lot of marine life suffer the same symptoms when they're exposed to a sonic cannon. So when they like do like the ocean mapping for drilling and stuff, they have to map the ocean using sound waves and everything. What happens with the marine life is they get very confused, and they end up beaching themselves. And that's kind of like what we're seeing in humans. We get very confused and dizzy, and we don't know which way is up and down. And that's happened in marine life when they're beached. And it's a very astonishing similarity that I think a lot of people are ignoring, that we should take into consideration, because it's almost the exact same thing that humans are experiencing, that animals have experienced in the ocean.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind this is a terror weapon, because it's mostly, like I said, U.S. government personnel and embassy personnel who are being affected by this. It's a terror weapon, in my opinion. So I've been thinking of ways to counteract it.
The big ditch sun saver that they could point at you, or Ren, do you know of that one? that.
Yeah, they have them
Oh, yeah,
for they
crowds and
break up
stuff.
they break up crowds and stuff,
Uh-huh.
and people do actually. I think
yeah,
in
those are
Australia they used
confirmed.
it within like this month or last month. I saw reports of them using sonic cannons to break up crowds in Australia, and I don't know if these were like
Non-lethal weapons. Yeah.
yeah, if they were the real pictures that were from the sonic cannons, because people will take pictures and say that it's from this and that. But I saw a picture of a girl, and her face was extremely puffed up, like it was like she had an anaphylactic shock to like the sound wave or something, and it said in the comments that it was from the cannon that was used to disperse this group of people. And it's just like that's kind of what we're using on these diplomats, or what
Well,
they seem to experience the symptoms.
well, that sonic cannon that you're talking about, Ren, that's been acknowledged. They've acknowledged that this is a weapon that the U.S. military has. But what's happening to our government personnel appears to be a handheld or portable device that's very directed and focused, possibly, like I said, microwaves or ultrasonic weapon. And it's obviously just a terror weapon. It's directed at specific people who have been engaged in specific activities that are, typically that Putin doesn't like, and that's why he's the number one suspect, in my opinion, as
But
being
what's crazy
behind
though
black ops working for Putin.
is people that are also not even American have suffered this. Like Canadian diplomats have also suffered from the Havana Syndrome. You know what I mean? So if it was just Russian, why would it?
Yes,
Why
well,
I
it's
don't
not.
would
This
they
is
be hitting like
anyone.
everybody?
Well, Canada. These are just anyone that's opposed to what Putin's been wanting to do.
All of the
He's
allied
been planning this
countries.
invasion.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's like,
any allied country that, and again, it's specific people. And if you look into, there's a comment. I'm sure that the FBI and other people are looking into this. But if you look into the commonalities between who has been affected by this Havana Syndrome, they all typically have been, working in opposition to this recent invasion of Ukraine.
I think that's maybe what they want us to think, is that it's the Russians, but I don't think it's the Russians. I think
Who
that's what
wants
they
us
want
to
us to
think this?
think.
Is
I
my own
think
conclusion.
they want us
My
to
own
divide
conclusion.
each other from within. What do you think about
Well,
that?
that's not working, is it?
I don't know. There's a lot of divide in America.
Mm-hmm.
Just, I don't know. I do agree with you, though, definitely.
Well, I mean, it's not American military is not going to be attacking our own people. That's ridiculous.
Shit.
But
Who else
have
would
they
it
They
be?
will if
before?
they're told to.
There's been cases of them doing that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I wouldn't be too sure about that.
Yeah, there's been definite
Maybe-
cases of the U.S. like harming their own people.
Maybe doing the test to see how it works. Using the guinea pigs.
I know it sounds bleak. Sounds so bleak, but like
Well,
I
again,
don't know.
if you want to look for a motive, you look at the people who've been affected. What were they doing? What were they engaged in? They were engaged in diplomatic activity counter to who's their enemy. Like, if I got attacked, by something, you'd be looking at, well, who did he piss off, right? They're not going to just attack random people for no reason. Then it would be people in the public getting attacked, or it would be, people from other lines of work getting attacked. No, it's mostly just people engaged in government work doing specific things. They have a commonality, so like, if you find a whole bunch of dead bodies and they're all white females, right? Then you're going to be looking for somebody that hates white females, or, some serial killer that only goes after white females, so, like I said, it's that's just my theory that, all these people, they do have something in common. Of course, now the police is not going to want to let the whole public know, because then you tip off the people that you're investigating. Like if So, oh, well, they all did this, all that. Oh, well, then, you have people claiming, oh, I'm the night strangler. It's me. Or then they're going to change their modus operandi because, oh, well, they're on to me. They realize that I only go after this particular type, So they don't really come out and say how much they know. But from what I've been able to gather, most everybody that's been attacked by this Havana Syndrome have been U.S. government workers engaged in diplomacy.
Well, hasn't this been like a few years since that was discovered that happened? Like, what's been going on with that since then?
So it was in.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Spooky. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I guess
I was just gonna say, are they just saying that they're still investigating it? They don't really know yet.
Yes, yeah, they're still investigating.
So Biden, I guess, came out with like a whole bill. He, I think, gave like a few billions of dollars towards investigating this phenomenon and putting aside money to the people that do suffer symptoms from it. So they are like acknowledging that it's like a real thing and that these symptoms are real and it's not just like a mass hallucination or a mass hallucination
right.
that they're seeing or feeling.
No,
So
they need to be supported
really
because
important.
the only reason they're victims is because they worked for the U.S. government. So the U.S. government has the obligation to take care of them and provide their health and everything.
There's like a
not
really
that
interesting
the government's
show.
responsible for it. I'm just saying that the only reason these people were attacked is because they worked for the government. So the government is obliged to, take care of them. Like, hey, the only reason you got hurt is because you're my friend. So, it's up to me to sort of provide for your health care and stuff.
Yeah, but also again, like a lot of them don't recognize like people that have been hurt for our country. Like a lot of veterans who are disabled, they don't get a lot of like the right compensation that they should have been given or been taken care of. So it's not always just like I don't think it is.
Oh, I
I
totally
don't think them
agree.
giving
Our
this
veterans
money is
are
just them
really
like covering their ass. I don't know. I think it's definitely something more. I think it has to be something more than just the Russians. I mean, come on, you know how evil that would like.
It could be Chinese black ops. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
we don't know. It could be
was...
just a rogue. It could be just. But if it's a rogue, if it's just some rogue agent, how did it happen on the White House grounds? It happened in the embassy in Havana. It happened in embassies in other countries. So it has to be somebody with access to these embassies or access to these places. And who else would have access to these places except other foreign diplomats?
What's interesting too is
logical,
a lot of
logical reasoning.
I don't know if you've heard a lot of these people that are suffering with it. They've kind of become like they've overtaken like this hitchhiker syndrome where they take the phenomena home with them to now where like their spouses are suffering with the same symptoms. Their kids are even having symptoms of the Havana Syndrome, like horrible symptoms, bleeding from the nose, things like that. So I just think, I mean, they totally could still be directing that energy towards one specific group of people, but then that's just more money and more spending to do it on like their whole family, their whole children. Wouldn't that just be too much? Or I guess they just have no bounds to where they stop.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Well, that's the hitchhiker effect. That's something entirely different, in my opinion. When I talk about the Havana Syndrome, I'm talking specifically, all these diplomats and government workers who have been attacked, obviously been attacked by some type of weapon. So, and I feel like they're probably going to catch it. Could be just, again, it could be just rogue agents, but the way that they have special access, that tells me it's an inside job by foreign diplomats. It's a terror weapon, I think. And I think they're going to catch them eventually. They're going to figure out, now we might not ever know. Like, I mean, if they find out, oh, well, it was, Chinese black ops, well, that's grounds for World War III right there. So the public, I don't think they're going to tell the public. They're going to probably just let the Chinese know, hey, you know, we're on to you. You know, we busted one of your guys with his little microwave weapon here. But I think they're going to eventually catch them. But meantime, you know, there should be some defensive weapon against that, like a sensor that can detect, you know, when an attack begins, and to counter it with noise cancellation or sound dampening or whatever, microwave shielding, something. There should be a way to defend against that type of a weapon. But not Skinwalker Ranch. That's the hitchhiker phenomenon. That's something totally different. That's manifestation of people's own, you know, if, like, again, like I said, if you believe something, you're 10 times more likely to actually experience that. If you think it's possible, you know, oh, I think, yeah, I could buy a ticket and fly on an airplane. Next thing you know, I'm flying in an airplane. It's magic. No, it's, you know, you believed in airplanes and then you actually rode in an airplane. Surprise, surprise. You're not going to see something you don't believe in. That's why some people just don't ever see anything supernatural, because they think they already know everything.
Yeah, that's I always use the watch for that explanation for from Star Trek. I never watched Star Trek. The only cool thing I ever thought Star Trek was cool is he could talk to people on his watch. You know, and yeah, now all of our watches do that.
Actually have that. Yeah.
Make phone calls.
That's not even advanced technology anymore.
Nope.
Remember the little Nokia flip phones? Beam me up, Scotty.
Yep. That's next.
What about hoverboards?
That would
have
be cool.
those by now.
We're supposed to have one. Yeah.
Imagine if they'll be like as flimsy as like those actual hoverboards that were exploding.
Oh, and I know this is okay, so this is so bad, but it's fun. I'm sure Sunny will probably laugh about it. But like not too long ago, Carrie and I were driving and there was a teenager boy that was on a hoverboard and he had his arm in a cast. And I'm like, he felt I know it sounds mean, but a little kid, a teenager was in a cast, had his arm in a cast, and he's on a hoverboard. How do you think he possibly had that injury? So I laughed.
Natural selection.
That's what I say. Or it's the
who knows?
Darwin Award is what they call it, where people die in like the most dumbest ways.
All in the name of science.
Mm-hmm.
All in the name of science, or in the name of a Jackass video.
I saw the recent movie. I won't spoil it, but I do have a favorite scene of mine, and I can only imagine like there wasn't that many people around, so that was the one scene that I just lost it, and I just didn't care. I just was laughing. It was fun.
Does the new Jackass have some of the same old guys?
Mm-hmm.
Like Steve-O and Johnny Knoxville?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
they have new. They have a few.
What else are they going to be doing?
New additions. They don't have Bam in this one because there was this whole freaking drama. Yeah, there's this whole drama with him, and I grew up being a skater, so like Gary was a BMXer and I was a skater. So I used to watch like CKY skate videos, and so that's kind of like the pre-Jackass. So to me, like I grew up with skating and the Jackass, or having friends that did stunts like Jackass. So
Oh, those early movies were crazy.
Yeah, there is some. There's not as much male nudity in this one, so I think. I mean, because it's 10 years since the last, I think, movie came out, so you can see how stuff like they're like about consent, and it's like it's nice because, and you can see this in the trailer, but they actually have a girl on this year, and then they do a scorpion injection, like to plump up your lips, but the scorpion like fell on her chest, and that's where they were like, oh, consent, like Steve-O was like consent, and instead of just like grabbing it, and so it's like they've really they've matured,
like
and they're
Jackass has grown up.
yeah, it is, and there's newcomers, and so it's good laughs.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I will.
Yeah.
I did see I told you guys Netflix has got that new Medea movie out. Dude, I haven't laughed that hard in a long time.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that.
Uh-oh.
But you didn't tell us that much about it. Oh, Chad's trying to get in here.
No spoilers. The whole damn thing's funny. He's here. He was just letting you know he's here. He might automatically pop in and then pop out. No, he's doing that. Yep.
Well, yeah.
I like
that one is just, oh my God.
Jojo Vader.
There's a YouTube channel or character named Chad Vader.
Chad Vader
is a character. Yeah, it's kind of like independent people. They're from Wisconsin. They a couple people that have like a movie review. Was that Chad in the back that said Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, that was me.
Oh, okay. It sounded like Chad, so that's good because that's another Midwestern. You've fooled my ears for a second. Now I forgot
the other night when you said Wisconsin, I said Wisconsin at the exact same time.
Yeah.
I was like, Jinx, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, yep.
Same time, same way.
Yep. Wisconsin. Mm-hmm.
I love that accent.
Yeah, it's. I'm from Minneapolis originally, Minnesota, and people. Yeah, people, and that's the thing. I can't like.
Almost got arrested in Minnesota.
My A's is like when I say certain words, like when I say card, like if I do my card of the day, like Gary gave me crap the other day because like I'll do tarot or oracle card of the day, and then I'll say, oh, the card of the day, and it's like he just laughs because he hears my Minnesotan accent, and it's so funny because I'm brown and he's white, and it's you think a Minnesotan would be like him, but no, he's from the desert of California, so he was the only white boy, and my mom's like Gary's more Mexican than the both of us, and so it's funny. It's kind of opposite where it's like he knows good Mexican food, authentic Mexican food, and it's like I don't have to explain, like he knows like pan dulce and all this stuff. He just can't, he doesn't understand it that well, but I don't.
He does.
I only know it a little bit better. Yeah. Good. Yeah. It's a good way to learn stuff.
Have some really good Mexican food there in Fresno. Huh?
Oh man, yeah, there's one truck that has just ceviche. It's a ceviche truck.
Oh, I love ceviche. It's ceviche.
So good. I love ceviche if you're a white boy.
Gringo.
What
your
is
little
ceviche?
spookycito, or sunnycito.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
No,
good stuff, man.
good. They have a food truck out here. I'm in Colorado, but they have Sinaloa sushi. And so I know it sounds really weird, but they have some ceviche and it is so good and it is spicy. That's the thing about Minnesota. Everything is so bland because there's a lot of Scandinavians, like my dad, who is Norwegian and Polish. So, but my dad loves spicy food. But the ceviche, so good and it's fresh and it has flavor, but it has a lot of heat. And they have different like sushi rolls, but it's the Sinaloa Mexican cuisine. So it's that fusion of it. It's really, really good.
That does sound
I love
good.
spicy food.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make me
You're trying to make me hungry.
Try it.
I know.
Tacos. I want some tacos.
Yeah,
I'm about to get hungry now.
I know. I always, it's always talks about, always gets on a subject about food somehow.
There's a taco truck at the strip club down the street from here, only like 10 minutes away.
Hey.
Oh man. I wish I could come hang out with you, Sonny.
It's good stuff, man.
By where I live, and it's
More than
called
welcome, Sun Saver.
Alien Tacos. It's called Alien Tacos out here.
I gotta get some puns.
Sounds cool.
Puns and some transport.
It's cute.
Ride a bus out there or
I
something.
got transport. They're all just broke down. I'm always working off my trucks.
I'm sort of in between electric bikes lately. That's what I like to do is build electric bikes. My own motor designs. So.
They have some really fast electric dirt bikes now. They look more like a bicycle to me. They call them a dirt bike, but I call that a bicycle. It's like a beefed up mountain bike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, electric motorbikes.
Do you know Puck? Yeah. Or is it Pook or Puck? Pucks? They're little mopeds, Sonny. Do you know of them? Mm-mm. They're from like Europe. It has a gas. It has a gas, or you pedal to start it, and then it switches, and then you switch it over, and it can go like 30 miles an hour. I love those things. I want to get one of those things because it's like sometimes I can't keep up when people are. Minneapolis is a bike city, and Gary was a bicycle mechanic, so all his friends that we would ride with, like I'm just lagging behind, and I'm like, I want to get one of the Pooks. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I want to get one of those so that way it's like if I need an extra boost, I can put on the gas. It's like my nose. It's like so I can catch up all to the fit people, cardio able people.
Yeah, you probably love one of these electric assist e-bikes they have out these days. Of course, they're not cheap, but some of them are pretty awesome. But yeah, the only thing holding me back right now is I just don't have the funds to build a new motor because I want to use my own motor designs. That's what I've been inventing lately is new types of improved electric motors because the electric motor design really hasn't changed at all in over 100 years since Nikola Tesla originally, started sort of perfecting electric motors. But so that's the only thing holding me back now, just waiting on the funds and the time and energy to build a new motor.
Not like a brushless motor?
Was pretty good.
Or
no, actually, I've been using brushes because, there's a long story about the cold fusion and stuff, but the brushed with a brushed motor, you can really get a whole lot more power with less waste, and also just use the direct current without a lot of electronics involved. But I'm not saying brushless motors are any worse. It's just a personal preference for the one of the main things, though, again, a brushed motor, it has direct electricity applied, so you don't have to wait for the induction. You don't have to wait for induced power to be built up. So there's greater torque and there's instantaneous torque. So it's really like comparing. It's literally like comparing an atomic bomb to a hydrogen bomb. Hydrogen bomb is way more powerful than a regular fission bomb, for example. So.
See, the brushless motors I use are way more powerful than the brushed motors.
Well, yeah,
but it involves a lot more electronics, though. Like you said, it's different.
Yeah, it's you can get the same sort of power out of it. It's just you're typically going to use more power, and you're going to have more drain at startup and stuff like that. So it's again,
brush.
For just comparing brush to brushless, like if you look at your power tools, all right, for example, like a drill, like just a classic drill that you plug in the wall, really loud, but it's got the arcs in there. You can see the sparks in there from the brushes. Well, think about like a fan, an AC induction fan. You can stick your finger in there and stop the blade. It just has no torque at all. There's no power to it because it has to induce power, it's basically pulling the rotor around instead of pushing it. So it's again, that's opening a whole can of worms. I don't really want to go into right now.
I don't know if I have any brushless motors out. I think I got 2 brushed motors out though right here. 2 really small ones. Here, this is a good example.
Yeah, no fire on the ground next to your bike tonight. It must be warm.
Oh, we're talking electricity now.
Yeah, like the little DC motors and your drills and your cordless tools, those usually have brushes.
Like a cordless tool motor. These are brushed. Those are the brushes on the end.
Yeah.
This one little tiny brushless motor, it replaces just one brushless motor replaces 2 brushed motors. It's got that much more power. The brushless, they're set up like they have brushes in there, but where the brushes are setting, there's no brushes. It's an electric pulse, so there's no drag. Right. There's zero drag. That's where we make the power from.
Yeah. Again, like I said, it's not that one is superior to the other per se. You can get the same. You can get the same power and torque.
Yeah, because these little ones right here actually have a lot of power. These little brushed motors, these ones actually have a lot of torque. These ones do.
Oh yeah. I was just simply saying that it's compared to an induction motor, like your fan, like a box fan, or a ceiling fan. There's literally no starting torque on there. It just, you can stop it with your hand. It's not going to chop your hand off. Your ceiling fan's not going to chop your hand off. It just doesn't have the torque because it's using the induction. But DC brushless is just as powerful as brushed. Again, because it's that direct, constant current. You don't have to wait for the induction to take place. So that's the easiest way to explain that. But again, there's new physics involved. The stuff I'm working on is just no one is talking about it. It's literally there's not a single other, even this, like a guy around the corner, he's an electronics expert, or thinks he is. He builds circuits and stuff. He went to electronics school just like I did, so he knows all about Ohm's law and watts and power and all that. And I was trying to explain to him, what my theory is behind, why this new type of motors that I'm building are so superior, way more powerful, and uses almost no power. Like I had this one motor. In one of my videos, I set up this big ass motor. It's like a 50-pound motor, a lot of steel, and it's running on a tiny little battery pack from a cordless drill, 18 volt cordless Ryobi drill. I'm used that battery pack to power this motor, and this thing's chugging away, shaking the whole house for 30 minutes. Now, if you had your cordless drill on full blast, after 10 minutes, that battery is going to run down. And I'm using the same battery. And he's like, oh, no, that's not possible. I said, well, look, bring your voltmeter, bring all your testing equipment. I've got an oscilloscope here, everything. I said, come look at it. He wouldn't even come look at it. He's like, oh, no, he just blew me off. Like, no, you're crazy. That's not possible. You're hallucinating or whatever. He just wouldn't even come look at it because his mind is so dogmatic to believe in what he's been taught that it's just, we already have the best and greatest. You can make minor improvements. I'm doing it totally opposite. Like when I realized everything is a lie, I said, well, I'm just going to reverse the polarity. I'm going to put the magnets on backwards. I'm going to do everything the wrong way. Like I got this from an episode of Seinfeld, where it's like, yeah, George, whatever your instinct is, just do the opposite. And then everything starts working out for him. He gets a girlfriend and all this shit. And so I started doing that. I literally I'm just going to do it totally the opposite of the way the books say you're supposed to do it. And motherfucker runs for an hour on a tiny little battery and it's powering the whole fucking house. And what's that about? But no one will even look at it. No one will
timing. If you really reverse the magnets, you change the timing and you advanced it, you advanced the timing.
Yeah, totally.
That would give it a lot more power.
I'm totally going to do it the opposite of the way they say, because the motors are designed to waste power. It says, like the new Dirt Devil vacuum cleaner now with 10 amps of power. Well, yeah, that's going to run your light bill up more and you get a little bit more power out of but it runs hotter and it drains more electricity and it's a little bit more powerful. But if you do the opposite, and people don't realize this, the same is true with gasoline engines. If you raise the fuel efficiency, you increase the horsepower, because now it only takes a tiny bit of gasoline to get the same horsepower and to go the same distance. So you raise the gas mileage, you're also increasing the horsepower. You fix the timing. When you give a tune-up, you increase the horsepower. It lowers the fuel consumption too at the same time. You don't have to burn more and more gasoline to get more and more power out. You just make better use of the power that you have. All the electricity gets converted into horsepower instead of wasting all this current and sending it to the ground, And so my motors don't get hot. Like it ran for an hour and it's ice cold. One of my videos I cut it off and I put my hand on there. It's just room temperature.
Yeah, you run one of these little brush.
I don't want people to know this
2
shit,
minutes,
man.
And it'll stick to your finger. It's so hot.
Oh yeah, the little dude. DC motors, they're powerful, but they do get hot.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's one of the things. Again, but what I can't get anyone to even look at it. No one wants to pay for a patent. No, it's like you try to approach people with this, and they just write you off as he's just crazy.
I understand it, and if you built that, that's awesome. So, because I understand all these electric motors, I'll
have to send you some links, Sonny. I want to send you some links to my videos so you can check out my videos, because you'll be blown away. Yeah. One of my videos, I built it was an AC induction motor, but I was using magnets, and basically the idea is that it's the quantum information is what's turning the motor. So the magnets are locked to the information that's in the electric field, but there's literally no current going through the motor, because the wire that I use is very tiny. It's probably like 30 gauge wire, very fine, tiny little filament of wire. It's like the size of a sewing thread. And it's like a mile long. I mean, I wrap just miles and miles of wire on this one motor. So there's no current can be going through there. If you know Ohm's law and resistance, if you were to send 12 volts DC or 100 volts AC through a wire that's this tiny, it would just catch fire. So the resistance alone tells you that there's no current can be going through this motor. It's not actually using electricity. So it's connected to the grid, and I plug it in the wall, and you have to give it a hand crank. So I had a ripcord, and you pull the ripcord and get it spinning. And once those magnets are spinning up to speed, now they're timed with the AC signal, and it's like about 1800 RPM. And so this sucker's going, man, the torque on that thing, I'm grinding on there, like I put like I just took a wrench or something and just grinding on the gear wheel, you know, and it's just grinding on it. So you can tell it's got a ton of torque, but it obviously cannot be using any electricity because the resistance of the actual internal resistance of the motor is extremely high. So anyways, I made a break in the circuit so that it would create a high voltage arc. And a blue arc of electricity forms about 1.5 inches long. Now, according to the laws of, I'm trying to think which, just Volta or whatever, but if you have, the longer the arc is, the higher the voltage. So, in other words, to cross the dielectric airspace, to go 1 inch is equal to like 20,000 volts or more, or 40,000 volts, something like that. So I estimated that the arc had to be about a 60,000 volt arc. And I'm just like sticking my finger right in the flame. There's no heat. Like you can see in the video, I'll have to send you a link to this other video too. You can see like my finger is in there and I'm talking about it. I'm like, folks, I don't understand what the fuck. Cause like, I still don't understand how this is even possible. It's not shocking me. You know, it's plugged in the wall, 110 volts AC. And it's not shocking me. I mean, I didn't even have shoes on. Like I'm standing there barefoot in the ground. I'm touching this arc. It just feels like cold air blowing my finger. And it looks like it's going through my finger too. Like I'm looking at it. I'm like, how is this possible? Like I know there's got to be x-rays or something, but I don't feel, there's no pain. There's no shock. Like that should be like a stun gun. It looked like a stun gun. Like this is, you know, the arc is this wide and literally my finger is in the blue flame. And I cannot feel anything. It's literally a type of cold electricity. And it just, there's a whole world of physics that we don't have any clue what it's about. You know, like these orbs, you know, what are these? They're like balls of light that are somehow contained. And you can see the cymatic patterns of like, there's something going on. There's like a nucleus inside these orbs that people see. That like Chris Bledsoe sees them all the time. But I mean, I've seen a few over the years. Like I said, I've seen that HD video a long, long time ago of an orb, but I still to this day have no idea what these, they're just like light beings or something. I don't know. But there's a whole world of physics that the public science, our scientists, no one knows what this is. It's just an unknown type of electricity. There's more going on electricity than we know. There's 2 types of electricity. I don't know, man. It's really intriguing. I mean, I'd like to do more research, but to get anybody serious and to get the funding, that's the trick. Like, I don't have the degree, you know, other than having the first patent for virtual reality and all these awards from my childhood. Like I won every science fair I ever entered.
Yeah, if I had the money, I would be funding you. I know that. I would definitely be funding you for that.
Yeah, like I mean, I keep thinking, man, I just need to like go get a job with some defense contractor or something, or you know, some black op program. I don't know, you know, like somebody should be interested in this. Just literally super powerful technology that's that no one knows about. No one even is aware that this shit's possible. Like that giant motor, you know, ran for a whole hour. Anyways, I don't want to keep talking about myself and you know, but,
no, that's
I mean,
great.
To me, it's supernatural. It's supernatural at this point, even though I'm supposed to be the electronics guy that I really know my physics, or I thought I did.
How do I do that?
Yeah, Chad just sent me the picture of those blue beams I was talking about earlier that were coming out of the ground. Let's see if I can open that. Let me see here. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have photographed this. I haven't seen one of those yet myself, but I believe them. I mean, I believe that people are seeing this.
I don't think I can zoom in.
What they are. Yeah, there's one. That's kind of what they look like. And just, you know, like, what is that? What's causing it?
I don't know. That's what Josh seen is this blue beam right here. but just one, not a bunch, like it's in this little picture.
It's similar to
Just
what
this
you
one blue
photographed,
beam.
Ren, isn't it?
It's kind of like what I saw out at Skunk Works when there was like a power outage and somebody recorded like a video of like the lights. There was like lights out by the mountain, and it wasn't a direct beam out into the, up into the air, but it was like enough light to make it look like there was like lightning coming from the ground or something. And it was definitely like blue like that. It wasn't like orange or white or anything. It had like a purplish blue kind of like that. Definitely. It was weird. I'm gonna see if I can find the video.
It could be like a type of lightning, because the Earth is electric, and
well, there wasn't any storms like that day either, so that's like why it was really, really weird.
Yeah, that's a very interesting mystery.
Sonny, didn't you say that you had seen the blue light?
No, Josh seen that.
Oh, it was
light.
Josh.
It was,
okay.
Yeah, and was telling us about it, and that's kind of what he was describing when he seen the picture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly like that.
Yeah.
He said the blue was like a blue he had never seen before.
Mm-hmm. What happened to Bree?
She said she had to get going. I think it got late. I'm gonna have to get going too in a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah, it's almost midnight here.
It's not blue, but
hold on, let me put you on.
That's cool. Wow. You saw that?
That's pretty. Yeah.
So like I didn't record that. That was from like a recording from like the Facebook page in our little community. Somebody had posted it, and I like just screenshotted and took it because I was like, that's insane. But it's crazy. That was definitely by where like an airport is, but it's not an active airport. It was Skunk Works, I guess, the airport. I'm saying it has a runway, but it's not like an active runway or anything. Mm-hmm. So it could have been definitely the lights from the runway maybe, but they were obviously way brighter than a normal runway. With that being said, I'm just going to say I have to get going, and I just want to say thank you for allowing me to come and chat with you guys, and I had a blast, and everybody in the chat.
Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks, Ren. Thanks for
hanging out.
I hope you guys have a good night and a good rest of your week.
You too. Good night, Ren. Peace out.
Good night.
Well, Sonny, what's the best way to send you a link to those videos I want you to check out my videos? Through Facebook or something?
Yeah, Facebook. You just do it in Messenger on Facebook. I think we should be friends on there.
Okay. Yeah, I just recently cleared out my friends list, so I might have to send you a new friend request. So
okay.
Cool. All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna get out of here too then.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for the stories. They were awesome.
Yeah, Spooky. Yeah, I appreciate y'all letting me share some of my stories. That's been a wild life.
Right on, brother.
I've seen a lot of crazy stuff and no one to talk to about it.
Yeah, you got some good stories, dude. And yeah, I want to see some of those videos, and I'd really like to see that motor.
Yes, there's those two different motor videos. The one with the giant one, that ran for an hour and with no apparent. And then also the one where my finger is just in the flame, and I still to this day have not been able to reproduce that. Like that motor broke, and I tried to repair it, and even though it was very simple construction, and I'm the one that built it, like I know I rebuilt it exactly like it was, and it just won't do it again. So that's the one I'd like to reproduce. So definitely, I'll send you a link. I'll send you a friend request on there. All right. Peace out, guys.
Right,
Spooky.
Thanks for hanging out, dude. I'll see you later.
All right. Ciao.
Chad's dropping the link over here in chat. I seen it. He must not be ready for us to go.
Hey, Sonny, how was your car show, man? For the weekend, you never really told us.
Oh man, it was awesome. There was a lot of people there.
I think you did show us one picture or video.
Oh yeah, I only sent that one picture, I think, with the truck with the tracks on it to Chad. I got stuck inside, man, to run the drag races, or the sprint car races and the drag races were out there for RCs. And I took all of the little cars in that class. So I had like, I don't even know, like four or five cars out there. And there was a lot of kids, dude, and they didn't have no RC cars. So I was letting them do it. And I don't even know, for 8-9 hours. 8-9 hours straight, dude. There's kids over there. It's like parents were dropping their kids off and I was running a daycare. The kids were just playing, racing RC cars all day. So yeah, it turned in from us racing them to just basically let the spectators start doing it. That way,
that's cool though.
Yeah, the kids liked it. Kids were. One kid told his mom, it was so funny. He goes, "Mom, I'm racing for $30." And she goes, No. She's far away from us. She's like across this hall, yelling back at him, "No!" And I go, "It's too late. He already locked it in. She's not going to pay you." And I don't know these people either, so they might know me from the drag races, but I don't know everyone out there. It's hard to remember all those people. There's thousands of people that go out there.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
We're badass, dude.
That's a big ass car show, man.
Oh, I was talking about, the car show. There was thousands of people there, probably. At least,
Damn.
there's at least 2,000 people there. But yeah, Eagle Field, there's a lot of people that go to these drag races.
That's cool.
It's fun, man. It's good times. Some of those guys are crazy.
Did you say you actually talked to Jim Goodall
earlier? In Messenger, we were messaging each other.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, he's definitely going to come back. I have to have a good feeling about
it. Yeah, I think he'll come back. I don't know if he's going to stay the night again, or he's welcome to. He knows that. He knows.
Hey, Sonny, the man that he came with and was interviewed on Chop Shop, was that Michael Schratt?
Michael Schratt, yeah.
Because I don't know if you've been noticing, but Michael Schratt's been on almost every podcast the last few days.
Yeah, he's that's an excellent guy to have on your channel. He's full of knowledge, man. He'll bust out papers and
just because he's been doing so many interviews, that makes me wonder if he would come in with Jim again.
Well, the way he came in with Jim was it was the day after Thanksgiving, and him and Michael spent Thanksgiving together. Michael spent it there with Jim and his wife. And so the day after, he was still there, and we did the show on Friday, and so they both came on. That's how I got both of those guys. I got lucky.
Man, that was quite a booking, man.
It was. It was. That was a good one. Yeah, I loved it. That was an awesome show. It's like one of my favorite ones that we've done.
That guy Michael Schratt has been really rocking the podcast the last week or so. I mean, he's been really, really good, bringing a lot of good information and stuff to the podcast.
Yeah.
I think today he was with Josh and Artemis. Yeah. And then on the weekend, he was with the alien girl.
I didn't see him. I didn't see him on the Josh and Artemis one.
Yeah, and when he was on Alien Girl, she had a whole bunch of other people on there as co-hosts, like a big panel. That was the one that I wished I would have gone to the after party, because they had Jamie and Bree were there. A lot of people were there.
I'm sorry. I was making sure I had Sunsaver on
What's
here.
up, guys?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's going on?
Sorry, Chad
sorry.
was
I wasn't on.
bugging me to get on here to talk with you guys.
Yeah,
He doesn't want us to get off. He's trying to get me to go till he gets off work. I already know.
Yeah, he can forget
He
about
wants you to burn the
that.
midnight oil.
This guy.
But
So what's
those
going on,
lights,
man?
nothing much. Those blue lights that you were showing, they're called the Gatian lights. They're like small tremors that happen underneath the earth, and they create fractures into the ground, and they release a kind of like a magma pressure that pushes up out of the ground in specific spots, and different times of the year and everything, they change different colors.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because those were different colors. I'm pulling it up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're different colors back there.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, it's just different pressure, pressure waves that come up out of the ground. And yeah, it was made. It's named after Professor Gatian. So yeah, it's
the
nothing.
The light that we're
psychedelic.
seeing is coming from the ground.
Yeah, it's actually getting pushed up from the ground. It's a combination of like magnetic gases and the heat from underneath.
It's wild.
Yeah. It's nothing, nothing.
So many people want to probably say
for
that's a UFO or alien related.
Yeah. They it's one of those things. But it's a natural occurrence.
But our buddy Josh, who's always seeing orbs, UFOs, he says that he saw. I mean, I think that he said it was just like that when Sonny showed him the picture.
I mean, there's. Oh, go ahead, Spooky.
I was just going to say, I mean, it just must be a coincidence that he also saw the Gatian lights.
Just one though. He said he just seen that one light coming up out of the ground.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on how many fractures that it actually causes. Like there's one of the most sensitive like fault lines that go through North Carolina all the way into the middle of Louisiana, and it's the most unstable, but it is stable. Like if a say 100 ton weight is dropped right into the middle of Georgia, it would literally break off the Dixie South of America, kind of like how they say California is going to break off into the ocean one day. But that actual seismic area is what's causing all these fractures and everything, because it's rumbling and it's starting to become more and more unstable. So a lot of people are seeing these lights more, especially in like in Louisiana, Mississippi, stuff like that. But
I think I've heard of those the name before, but I didn't know that's what that was. Those lights. I've never. That's awesome.
It also is a part of the Northern Lights theory. So they say that's what creates the Northern Lights too. So but you know, we're humans. We don't know it all. So
Right.
yeah. That's what people with, you know, fancy pieces of paper say.
Hey, Matt, could you tell me a little bit? I'm kind of getting introduced to you. Tell me a little bit about what your podcast is about and what you talk about.
I don't have a podcast,
Oh, I thought
but
you had
I
a channel. I'm
am.
sorry.
Yeah, my channel is about survival, prepping, cryptids. Um, pretty much it's everything in one. It because I've always been a naturalist and always been in nature and everything all my life. Um, I've hunted cryptids for over 20 years.
Whoa.
Started when I was 16 and I'm 38 now, so
What was the fascination
32
at
years.
16, man?
My encounter with a Sasquatch, with the type 2
Nice.
Neanderthal.
What state were you in?
I was in small little place called McDonald, Georgia, and
Okay.
on my grandfather's 300-acre farm.
Whoa.
And yeah,
He
and
had woods there for us.
oh yeah, we had 300 acres for 300 head of cattle, and we had the Blue Ridge Mountains that went through us, so it was pretty much connected together. And well, my first encounter was at the herd was coming in for its last milking at night, and they were going to be put up and everything. And when all the cows were coming in, we had a small herd of 6 that didn't show up, and one of them was pregnant. And when they didn't come back, my grandfather sent me out on a 4-wheeler with a double barrel shotgun and said, go find them. And I went out, and it was in the far left pasture, and I looked everywhere and everywhere, and I saw 5 of the cows. Instead of a defensive position like cows get, where if one of the cow, if they have offspring or anything like that, they will make a circle around and protect the baby inside of the circle, and they will be a wall. And I grew up, you know, around wolves, coyotes, mountain lions, stuff like that. And that's what usually happens. And instead of them looking outwards, they were looking inwards. And when I came up over one of the hills, I saw them all together, and I saw one of them laid down. And usually some cows, when they're first giving birth and everything, they'll drop, and which means they can't get back up or anything. And I thought that's what happened. So I was getting closer and closer, and I saw another being over on top of the cow. And when I started getting up closer and closer, I was probably about maybe 60, 70 yards away, and I could see this figure over it. And I yelled to the cows, and they raised their heads, they saw me, and they started backing up. And the figure that I saw was hunched over the cow. She was mooing and everything. And I saw this humanoid thing. And the best way to describe it was, you remember the 80s He-Man cartoon?
A
Beast
little bit.
Man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Beast Man. That's the best way to describe what this creature looked like. Hair all down its back, everything, muscular build, just holding it down, holding its one hand on its head, one hand on his shoulders. And I looked and I shouted at it, and I didn't know if it was a crazed human or what, because, you know, you grow up with stories of, you know, the Appalachian wild men and stuff like that, and you don't know what's out there. And all of a sudden it looks up at me and it snarls at me, and its teeth was filed kind of like how cannibalistic native tribes file their teeth down. It looks like how a 3-year-old would draw sharp teeth on a monster.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked at me, it snarled, it growled at me, and the next thing it did was bite straight down into the jugular vein of the cow and ripped out a chunk of meat. And like it looked at me with this meat in its mouth, and it just spit it out.
What?
And
Shot
yeah. And well, I was 16 at that time. You know, I'm used to shooting. Yeah, I'm used to shooting, you know, mountain lions, wolves, you know, even the occasional bear if I had to. That's something I'm normally seeing, but this was something else. And I had a double barrel shotgun on my side, and first thing in my like, I was mesmerized, shocked, you know, like I didn't know what to do. Like like my mind was telling my body to do something, but my body wasn't doing anything. And in just that split few minutes, it got up on its legs, grabbed an almost 800-pound cow, put it on its shoulders, and probably about in 10 long strides got to the forest and disappeared. And I was still stuck there for like maybe 10, 15 more minutes after that, like just wondering what I saw. And
what did you have any kind of like feelings about what was happening? Like, did you have any kind of connection with that being?
No, it was what am I going to do if this thing came and attacked me? That's what was running through my head.
Yeah, because
like,
a shotgun wouldn't have been
right.
That might not have been
all
enough.
I had was, you know, all I had was birdshot.
Oh
Sonny.
no.
So
You might as
yeah,
well have
that would have just pissed it off more. Like, you know,
I've been shot with birdshot. You know what I mean? From a
Yeah.
distance. Yeah, nothing. You know, it doesn't. Yeah, so you don't want to shoot
Right.
something like that with birdshot.
Well, I had one chamber with birdshot, and I had one chamber with a slug round.
That would
And
do it.
but
That slug.
yeah, but you know, but like trying to think which chamber is what, you know, and it's like, and I didn't have any backup shells on me or anything, and it's
Man, that's scary.
it's like, yeah, it's that question, you know, it's like I'm dead either way, and something this big, like would a slug even hurt it, you know, like, because I've seen even black bears take a slug and shrug it off, you know, and
I got
but that was, yeah.
I have a video that my cousin recorded from here in California where we hunt. And in the video, you hear him say, you know, this is your Bigfoot. He's sending me these videos. And
yeah.
The reason he's videoing it is because it's scaling this cliff. And where we're from, all we have here is black bear now. We don't have grizzly bears, and they don't get that big. I've taken a screenshot and showed game warden that's up there with us.
Mm-hmm.
He compared it. He said that's not something crawling up the mountain. That is a shadow from a helicopter or an airplane. We started laughing because we have the whole video, and he said, yeah, that's way too big to be anything else, you know. And then when I told him, no, this is not pictures, man, this is a video. I just took a screenshot so I could send it to him in his in text message. Me and him actually talk. There's not, he's a good guy. The game warden up there is a good guy. You want the game warden to be your friend when you're a hunter, you know.
Ain't that the truth?
Yes. So yeah, he's our buddy, and I showed him that picture. That's what he compared it to. But ever since then, okay, I got real complacent with my sidearms. I started out, I would carry a 45 automatic and a 44 Magnum, and then it was just the 44 Magnum. Then I switched to a 357 Magnum. I kept getting lighter and lighter, and then sometimes I just
carry
go
a
out and have my
1911
Glock.
with me.
I have my Glock in my back. It's only a 40, and I'll carry that in my back. And then since I seen that video, I switched back to I carry my 1911 45 and the 44 Magnum again. I switch back. Either that or I'll carry the 44 Magnum and a black powdered 454. Big old revolver.
Hey Matt,
But
Diesel Girl,
seeing that whatever it is crawling up that cliff, I don't know what it is because it's so far away. We don't know what it is. But since I seen it and I know there's something that big out there, dude, if it's a bear, it's a bear that's like 15 feet tall, dude, while he's climbing. And it climbs like this. Like you just see us going up that mountain, and then he would just stop and hang on.
Like King Kong in it.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. King Kong climbing a fucking cliff. That's what that video looks like.
And Matt, Diesel Girl is asking, have you ever been physically injured hunting cryptids?
I've never been physically injured hunting cryptids, but I have broke my tibia in 3 different places spirit hunting. And like I was doing this on a live stream, and I was at a haunted asylum here in San Antonio, and the haunted asylum was for poor people, like, you know, underprivileged people. And to pay for their room and board, they had a coal mine that they worked these people at. And I was in the coal mining area, and I was on a 3-foot ledge, and my flashlight goes out. And all of a sudden, you can hear on my live stream something thud, and like tackles me with the strength of a linebacker off of a 3-foot ledge. And I land, and my right leg landed, my left leg landed, but my right leg landed on a rock and twisted my leg out the opposite way of it was supposed to go. And I had to crawl almost 2 miles on my hands and one leg all the way back to my car and drive myself to the hospital. Like, yeah. But cryptids don't really care about us. Like
the only thing I've ever pinned on a cryptid for me, Diesel Girl, would be I have a walking stick that it's not out here now, but it's in the house.
Yeah.
I was hunting, and at the time I was carrying my grandpa's 30-30 because I just got out of the truck and didn't plan on going that far, and that's the gun I carry in the truck. So I grabbed it and took off and got farther than I thought I would, and it was in the snow. In the snow, it's always good hunting. So I have this really strong feeling, that there's something that's over this cliff, and so I'm gonna go look out over this cliff. And I'm standing there. I walk out to the edge of the cliff, and I'm standing there looking, and I can feel it. Like I know something's there. So now I have the gun it's slung still because I have a sling on that gun, and it's slung halfway over my shoulder, and I'm hanging onto it like this, but I'm looking, trying to be real still. And all of a sudden, I just fall, dude. I'm gone off this cliff going down the mountain. It's like, ah! And as I fall, the gun catches a rock or something that's in the snow, and it kind of slows me down. And I turn off my back onto my stomach, and I start climbing back up the mountain. While I was standing there, I know that there's a big ass tree behind me. Okay, I seen everything when I walked up. I'm in the snow, so there's nothing around me. And there's this huge tree behind me, though. And that's what's like shielding from me seeing directly behind me. That's how big this pine tree is. It's a really wide pine tree. So I'm standing there. And in other words, I'm aware of my surroundings. I know where I'm at. And I crawl back up to the top, and I'm fucked up, dude. It hurt my back so bad. When I fell down, I hit that rock. Whack. So I got up there, and I could barely walk. And I'm already hurt. Anyway, I was hurt before I got out of the truck, and so now my back's all fucked up. I stand up. I have the gun, and I'm using it to like climb back out of the snow. I'm using it as a snow pick to get back up the mountain. And I get to the top. I put it down on the ground, and I'm like, like using it as a cane. And I look at the tree, and there's this fucking like perfect walking stick. And it came up, and you can see like where it had been like ripped out of a tree or broke out of the tree, and it was bent at the end. It was so bent I could put it under my shoulder like a crutch. And that's how I walked back to the truck. And then I threw that in the bed of the truck, and that's my walking stick that I use today. When I got home, I cut the bend off of it. Now it's this tall. And
nice.
Yeah. That's the stick. Yeah, it felt like that was left there for me. That stick, that big ass stick was not leaning on that tree. I was there for 20 minutes, walking when I walked up there, and just standing there. And this shit was not up there. That was not behind me. That. And then when I got up there, it was just there. It felt like that was left for me. That was another.
See, that's more and more encounters with cryptids like Sasquatch and stuff. Like Sasquatch, I mean, they're like humans. I mean, you're going to meet assholes. You're going to meet, you're going to meet every person from every walk of life. And it's the same thing with cryptids. A lot of them, they don't care what you do. They'll share the woods with you. They'll share whatever. But, unless you make yourself a threat to them, that's the only time that they will retaliate. But usually, most of the time, there's been hundreds of reports of Sasquatch literally leaving things to help hunters that's been hurt or whatever. There was a report in 2017 in Wyoming, and there was a hunter out there, and he kind of had the same incident that you did, Sonny. Like he walked over to a ledge and was looking out, and the ledge gave away, and he slid with the mudslide, and he screwed up his leg. He either twisted his ankle or twisted his knee or something like that. And he was laid up for like almost 4 days out there. He didn't have any food. He could only crawl to the small stream to get water. But every time he would make it back to his camp area, there was food put there. There was either a fresh fish that was laid down, or berries or nuts or something that was laid down at the same place he's been laying at for a couple of days now. Never saw anything, but it was there and he survived.
I have another one where me and my cousin and there's probably like 5 of us, I think, and we were hunting together, and we walked out. We were going to walk out through the mountains. There's no path where we're taking, so we're making our own path, walking down this mountain. When we get to the bottom, we'll split up and we'll hunt back up the mountain. But on the way down, we're walking in single file, and I'm the last one. I'm the guy in the back. And my cousin Don is right in front of me. Donnie's right in front of me, and I tell him, "Hey, I see something. There's a big tree that fell over. Okay, and it uprooted. The roots are ripped out and everything, so it fell over. And on one of the roots that got ripped out and broke by this tree, there's a big arrowhead, like it's like this big, and it's sitting right on top of the branch, and it looks like somebody licked this thing off. It's shiny on one side, the other side is just dirty, like dirty from years and years of dirt. One side was perfectly shiny, and the other side was really dirty. So I don't even touch it. I say, Donnie, come here, look at this. And he comes back because we all walked right by it and no one's seen it. And I go, look at, do you see that down there? And he looks at it and he looks down and he goes, no. And I go, you don't see that arrowhead sitting right there? And he goes, holy shit. And I go, yeah. I go, we all walked right by that and none of us seen it. I go, I just barely noticed it as I almost passed it. And I picked it up and I have it. It's right here. I'm Indian, so I have a medicine bag. And
nice,
and it's inside here.
I'm Cherokee, brother. So,
are you? We're we're Choctaw Indian from Oklahoma.
Awesome.
But yeah, that was another thing I felt was left for me, and it was funny because I described it as someone licked it off, and when Brian heard that, he was like, "That was big. That was a Bigfoot. They licked it off. It looked like someone licked this thing clean because I mean, there's no water around there. So that was my only assumption. Is like somebody licked this thing off and cleaned it off on one side and set it there. But yeah, it was weird because
you could just see that gleam on it.
The explanation for that was the tree fell over, and that had been in that ground for so long, and it finally got uprooted and came out of the ground and somehow landed on top of that root perfect without falling off. It was sitting there perfect, all cleaned off on one side. I still can't figure that out, and really dirty on the other. And if I take it out of here, I took it out to show everyone one time. I took it out and I made the mistake of spinning it. And it's been in here a long time, and it's in there with another rock that's called Amazonite. There's another piece of it in there. And
oh, nice, yeah.
I spun this thing. I was showing him. I was like, yeah, and I spun it, and it stabbed through my finger. It's still sharp, dude. It's sharp like a razor still.
Hey, the flint napping and stone napping and everything that our Native American ancestors did, I mean, it shows you that they made things to last. And that's why, because all the hours of hard work putting into that to make a perfectly aerodynamic head, it's made to kill.
Yeah.
Hey, Sonny, did you ever say that you saw the Fresno Nightcrawler?
I've seen the video.
Oh, okay.
I told you, dude, we get the lamest cryptid. We get that thing. Man, even if it is real, it ain't even scary. It looks like a walking sheet.
Oh, you're talking about the two-legged
crawler. Yeah.
Yeah, the two-legged sheets.
Yeah, they just mostly along look like sheets with stilts.
Didn't they cover it on the local news over there?
They did.
Yeah. Well, at least you don't. At least it's not like Arizona, where supposedly, I don't know how well y'all follow Twitter or not, but there's a Twitter user, and supposedly it's called the Dogman Pound or whatever, but it's a park that's in Arizona. I think it's in Phoenix. And supposedly you can hear this Dogman going crazy inside of the bathrooms and everything. And they have a video of the Dogman walking out in public, and it sees this person and starts charging after them, and it's 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. And and it just disappears. Like, it doesn't get too close to them or anything like that, and it just disappears off the face of the earth, you know? So, at least...
Man, that... Yeah, it reminds me.
Yeah.
Have you heard Eddie Haskell's story on here about him seeing... he compared it to an otter, a big otter though, a big otter, but with
Otter,
like
man.
a German Shepherd head and teeth, and it was in
Yes.
a big mound. Yeah, and it treed him. Can you imagine?
Otter
Imagine
man is
getting treed
real.
by something like that. He was a kid, dude. He was stuck in a tree. This thing's trying to do everything it can to get up the tree. Dude, that terrifies me. I don't want to be treed.
You don't want to be treated by a rabid, otter.
With a German Shepherd head? No. He said the thing was like 4 or 5 feet long. It was so big, huge.
I would be more worried of that otter having a rock the size of my head.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen otters like beat the crap out of shells?
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Me and an otter had an... Oh, dude. I've had I had an experience one time. All right. Me and Spooky, we live in California, and I go to the
Right.
beach. I swim in the ocean. My wife, she don't get in the... She gets in the water. Like, if it's up to her knees, that's too deep in the ocean. She don't play the ocean. She doesn't trust it. The sharks. She don't fuck with the sharks. So
I don't blame
I'll
her.
swim out there. I can swim through the waves, and once I get past where the waves are breaking, you can swim just fine. So I got way out there, and since she's up on the beach, ankle deep in the water, you can see more than I can because I'm just swimming. So it's just my head's out of the water. There's something floating off, floating off to my left. Okay, there's something floating out here, and I've seen sharks come to the top of the water and they just twist at the top, and their fin, it's not like Jaws, dude. That fin just smacks the top of the water. It's almost like they're sunbathing, but they'll just go up and twist real slow. And I could have swore that shit moved, and I can't see it because I'm the same level as it. And so I yelled at the shore, "Hey, what's this out here next to me?" And my wife looks and she goes, "It looks like seaweed." Okay, because that's what I thought it was, seaweed. Right. So then I start swimming again, but now I'm swimming back towards shore, and something tells me, "Dude, look behind you." I look behind me, and that fucking seaweed's gone, and I was like, "Oh hell no! Oh no! I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna get ate by a shark." So now that's what's going through my head, and as I get close enough to the shore to where my feet are touching the sand and I can take a step, I'm still neck deep in the water. The first step I take, my brain says, something just swam between your legs. Nope. Now I'm froze because I don't want to take another step, So I take another real slow step, and something definitely swims between my legs, dude. It bumps me, bumps my inner side and inside of my legs going through.
Testing.
And I was like, "Oh no," So now the faster I walk, the faster every step I take, it's going between my legs. It's like I'm dribbling a basketball between my legs. So now I get out I'm up to like my chest now, and I'm walking, and I'm looking down, and I can't see because I'm in the surf now, and it's the sand, it makes it silty, and you can't see. And I'm looking down, and like 2 feet in front of me, this otter pops straight up, dude, and lands on his back. He comes out of the water and lands on his back, and he's clapping his hands like a seal. I scream like a fucking girl. I
just trolled you.
Dang, Sonny, that's actually a good ending.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it still almost gave me a heart attack. I thought that was Jaws coming out of the water to get me. It came up so fast, dude, just whoosh out of the water and landed on his back, splash, right in front of me. And
that's
then
cool.
I'm trying to get away from this thing, right? It's like wanting me to play with it. And it's just swimming around me in circles on his back. And when I go to walk away, it's swimming up to me, nudging me. It's nudging my back. And I'm thinking, dude, it's going to bite me. And you can see the teeth in this thing's mouth. Yeah, even with his mouth shut, you could see his fang teeth.
Yeah.
They're not so cute and cuddly, dude, when they're 12 inches in front of you. I'm telling you, I screamed so loud. There's two guys surf fishing. They're dying laughing, dude. They thought that shit was so funny. Yeah, that's my otter story. Otters,
That's great.
it's not mean. It's far from being mean, but I had the urge to be like, I wanted to pet this thing, but I knew as soon as I touched it, it was gonna just latch on and bite the shit out of me. Because it was basically when it was bumping me, it would swim in front of me and start clapping its hands again. Like it wanted something. I think, but it wanted food. That's why I didn't want to touch it. I wasn't for sure what this thing was wanting, and I just wanted the hell out of the water after that.
They're like magpies. They want you to trade something with them.
Yeah.
It was just so happy that it trolled you. It was.
Yeah. It did, dude. It scared the shit out of me. I didn't get back in the water that day.
Yeah. And people say animals are so stupid, like.
Oh no. Yeah,
how many go bags?
Yeah, Chad Smith of the Chad Smith podcast is asking, how many go bags does Matt have made up?
I have 2-inch bags. I have 3 get home bags. I have 4 bushcrafting bags for different seasons. But go bags, I don't use the term go bags because I use get home bags because I'm not the person that's going to leave my house if things go wrong.
You're gonna stay and defend your house.
Right. Yeah. Like, I mean, because I'm a prepper and, like all my stuff is in my house and I'm not giving it to somebody else. So if I'm trapped in the city. Oh, go ahead, Spooky.
I was just gonna ask you, what are you telling people right now, that should be on their their priority list?
Everything. Because
I tell everyone black powder guns.
Yes. If you can get black powder guns, if you can get black powder, because a lot of gun shops are running low on black powder now. Because
I'm pretty sure I have more black powder than the gun shops right now. They're definitely running out.
Same here, brother. I got a 50 cal, so I'm good. Yes. I have a Mauser, a Mauser 50 cal, Mauser. I can never say the name of it.
Mauser, yeah. My 50 cal is black powder. It's not a Mauser.
Oh no, not Mauser, like the Mauser. Oh, okay. It's like Mauser. It's a French black powder gun. So I'm not good at French. So it's like Mazur or Mazur or something like that. But
yeah, every time I bust that gun out and show it to anyone, they tell me, "What are you, a fucking pirate?" It's not a pirate gun.
Hell yeah!
It looks like a cannon when you're looking at the end of that barrel, dude.
Hey, I grew up in.
We load double loads of black powder, and then press 2 50 cal balls down that thing and shoot it. It will knock you down, dude. You better be ready for that. Yeah,
trying to kill an elephant.
We just see what it'll do, and Jesus, man, that I've only done that once. I
That was
encourage
all you
everyone
needed,
else to
right?
try it. But yeah, I know it. I know it'll do it. It's son of a bitch, man.
I thought you were gonna go hunt an elephant.
I have one of those Stagecoach shotguns, and you can only put a 3/4 inch load in them. They don't take like birdshot. It has to be a good size shell.
Yeah.
I pulled both triggers on that, shouldered it, and did it. Ooh,
Oh,
that one.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's
How long
another one
did you
that'll
have the
knock you
bruise?
down. A long time. Yeah, even with it shouldered tight, dude, it bruises shit out of me.
Oh yeah. I see with all my preps and everything, I've really gone to recurve bows, and I've gone to the Barrett whitetail, the shotgun loading crossbow.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, kind of like I bought it because of the movie Dusk Till Dawn.
Look, you'll
I
appreciate
loved it.
that was me being lazy in the mountains.
Yeah.
I got way lazy, dude. I couldn't carry my bow no more, so I have a sling for it now.
There you go, brother.
That's an antler leg. That's a elk leg skin.
That's awesome.
It's comfortable.
That's what you do. You have people don't understand about using everything of the animal, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I use it all. I try to. I make knives out of the handles, and you should see. I'll go get my stick when Spooky gets back. I'll go grab my that stick. I'll show you that this was leaning against that tree when I got back to the top.
Nice. I do blacksmithing. I make my own blades and everything. And
you'll like this stick. I'll be right back. Let me go grab this real quick. Right. Spooky.
Hey, Matt.
Welcome back, Spooky.
Thanks, man. Hey, so.
Yes, sir.
When you were 16 and you had the situation with the being over your stole the cow and took it into the woods.
Yeah.
What kind of cryptid, now that you've had years to process that, what kind of cryptid do you call that being?
It's a type 2 Neanderthal.
Whoa.
Cryptid. And they're very rare. Most of the time you will see 1 out of 50 sightings of one of these types because they're the more humanoid version. You have the type 1, which is the Patterson Gimli, Harry and the Hendersons type. The type 2 is the Neanderthal. The type 3 is the Gugway, and the type 4 is the Genesqua. And the type 1, the type 1s are really the only one of their breed. The type 2 are the only one of their breed, where the Genesqua and the Gugway are more the baboon types. They are known as the stone giants. They are also known as the face eaters. They're the more aggressive ones. They're more baboon-like. And a lot of people misinterpret those sightings with that of Dogman because they both have the elongated snouts. And the Gugway and the Genesqua are the shorter of the 4 breeds. They like the Genesqua is probably about maybe 6 to 7.5 foot. The Gugway is probably 7.5 foot to 8 foot tall. But like the Gugway, they are known to be smarter. They make weapons, they make spears, they make traps. There's also been accounts of Gugways hunting in packs of 2 to 3, and if somebody's by themselves out in the woods, say like a hunter that has a gun and they consider it a threat, they will pack hunt the hunter and lead him into these traps, like pitfall traps, kind of like sapling spear traps, stuff like that. Some have even recorded that foothold traps, where they will walk into the foothold trap and drag them up into the trees, and they will literally devour that human, and nobody will be found again. Yeah.
Man, that might account for some missing people.
Yeah.
Oh,
depending on how many there are.
Yeah. I mean, there's more and more Sasquatch now interbreeding because their numbers are dwindling. So
Interbreeding.
Yeah. Like the Neanderthal types, the type 2s, after the land bridge and everything, where humans came from Russia over to the United States, they interbred with the Gigantopithecus, which is the giant apes of the prehistoric period. And they've created this kind of humanoid bastardized hybrid of human, and they're physically strong, the ones that can pick up a boulder the size of a small Volkswagen Bug and throw it at you. Like, they're all, I mean, all four of them are different, but those are the only breeds we actually have here in America and Canada. And, you know, some have moved to around Mexico and South America, but very, very small numbers. And they kind of call them, I don't know if y'all have ever heard them, but the desert golems that are walking around like Arizona and stuff like. Okay. They've been walking around like Arizona, New Mexico, in the desert areas, and their fur, instead of having fur like regular Sasquatch do, they now have kind of a thicker double layer of skin that's kind of like reptile-ish in a way. But the last known sighting was around Area 51, when when all those people were trying to raid Area 51, they actually caught a videotape of one of these sand golems walking around the outer perimeter of Area 51.
Really?
Yeah. And you know, it's a lumbering giant. It's very slow, and you know, if anybody's ever been in the desert, you know how hard and how hot and how grueling the desert is.
It's relentless.
And that's why, yeah, that's why they go so slow, is because they're saving body temperature and speed. And some of them have a hump on their back, kind of like a camel does, so they can retain water more.
Man,
yeah,
that's wild.
But Sonny has something to show.
Oh, my stick. I was leaning on it. Forgot. Yeah, this is what was leaning on that tree when I got back to the top. But it wasn't like this. Like at the top here, it had a big old bent branch, basically. Yeah, where it came out of the tree. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, that thing saved my ass, dude. So that's why it's always with me
That's
now.
awesome.
It's always close. Oh, and then yeah, there's an old ass knife in the top. It's like a razor blade. I know it looks old, looks like a butter knife, but it's not.
That's great. That's a small Skinner blade.
It's what it is. That's my Skinner in there.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Oh, and that's the rattlesnake that tried to bite me up there.
That's awesome, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I usually don't
That's
kill
what
those things, but
yeah.
this one actually was aggressive, dude. It actually chased me for no reason. Like it just seen me and decided to wanted to bite me, and it was big. It's there's some more of it right here.
Ooh, nice.
It's
Yeah.
a big old one.
Oh yeah. I run into look at that rattler. Well,
Can
hold
you
on.
shake it?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was a big one. That's why there's so many rattles on there. It was old.
What is that? 10 rattles? Is that 10 on it?
10, yeah, 10.
10? Yeah. That's you from the Cherokee point of view, 10 rattles, like 10 of anything is good luck. It's like a protector number. So
Lucky as that didn't bite me. He tried. He bit this stick.
Yeah.
He bit. There's actually photos of me skinning this, and where he bit the stick, man, it's crazy. The venom looks like blood. I think the stick made him bleed or something when it hit it, because it's
Probably
like
probably busted
blood on
up.
the stick. Yeah, he bit it twice. He struck.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, physically, this thing was chasing my ass, dude. I know, and it was like 6 feet long, almost 6 feet. It was about 5.5 feet long.
Whoa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nothing out here, Spooky. Like at the rattlesnake roundups and everything, the biggest one that was recorded was before the epidemic, and it was almost 15.5 foot long.
Damn.
And when they milked it, it produced almost 2 ounces. I mean, not 2 ounces, but 2 milliliters of venom.
What?
And they said that could have killed, like, they said just that venom alone could have killed 20 people.
That's a mass murder.
Yeah. Just from one bite.
Hey man, what state are you in?
I'm in Texas. I'm in San Antonio.
Oh, nice. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, they got big ass rattlesnakes down there.
Hell yeah. It's kind of like here.
There's not supposed to be rattlesnakes where I was at, where this one was. And I did eat it. I ate some of it, and no, it wasn't good.
I love rattlesnake.
If you were hungry, it was good. It was just a little greasy.
It depends on
like
how
greasy
it's prepared.
chicken. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I see it like the younger ones are sweeter meat. The older ones, they're more gamey. They're more like the younger ones are
Like
more
deer.
tender. Yeah, like deer, you know. Or if you shoot a hog the wrong way, you know, like if you don't automatically kill it, it releases all its pheromones into the meat and kind of poisons the meat and makes it tainted. So that's how it is with the older snakes.
Yeah, it wasn't. I ate a little bit of it, like just enough, you know, enough to know I didn't like it, and then I took it to another guy, and him and his wife both ate it, and they told me it was good. They probably knew how to cook it. I barbecued it. That's all I had. I was hunting.
Oh, okay, that's probably why. Yeah, like you need to slow turn it over a fire, like a flame, you know, like a flame, then rotisserie it, kind of, you know.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah. Yeah, I ate it. Like I said, it was at least yeah. I have a hard time killing something and not eating it.
Right.
So yeah.
Same here, brother.
But yeah, man. So if you live in Texas, you got to deal with snakes in your yard and shit like that, with rattlesnakes in your yard.
Oh yeah. I live in a place called Cobell County, and it's outside of San Antonio, and everybody's heard of the hill country of Texas. I'm in the beginning part of the hill country, and we have everything out here from hand-sized tarantulas, you know, king scorpions, rattlesnakes, Gila monsters, just everything and anything is out here.
Yeah, see, where I live in the valley, we're not supposed to have that stuff. We do get rattlesnakes here sometimes because they'll travel from the canals from the lakes.
Yeah.
They don't survive here, but they'll get here sometimes.
Yeah. And I always say, you know, it doesn't matter where you're at, you know, life will find a way to come out there, you know. You're never safe.
They release king snakes here in the canals to eat those rattlesnakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over here, we have a lot of canyons, so there's a lot of rattlesnakes.
Oh, really?
In Southern California, Los Angeles, and San Diego. Tons of canyons.
Hey, Spooky, I gotta try to fix my internet. It's really messed up.
Hey, go for it, man.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Me and Spooky will talk.
I'm gonna reset it on here real quick. Sometimes that fixes it.
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah, Matt, I was interested when you said that you knew that your family bloodline included Cherokee Indian, because that's the same that I have, Cherokee Indian blood.
Awesome, brother. Yeah, I'm half Cherokee. My dad's side of the family is all full-blooded. My mother's side of the family, because in Tennessee you have, you know, you have a lot of Scottish. Do what?
Do you know what part of Tennessee? Because that's where my mom side. My mom's side is the side that has the Cherokee blood, and they were in northeastern Tennessee, like almost on the borderline of Virginia.
Yeah. Well, my family during the Dawes Act, they moved from the reservation in North Carolina and moved through Tennessee. A couple of my my grand uncles and stuff like that, they stayed in Tennessee. My grandparents moved to McDonald, Georgia.
And do you know? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
yeah,
just like the part of Tennessee. Do you know where approximately?
Most of them are going through like Memphis. A lot of them are going through like Ducktown, stuff like that, closer to the North Carolina, Tennessee border.
Awesome.
Yeah. Ducktown is a really big Cherokee population in it. Well, the way that they call them is half-bloods. So a lot of them, yeah, like, and that's one of the things with the Cherokee, you know, like they accept us, but they don't accept us because we're half, you know, we're not full-blooded.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I deal with that on both sides of the family.
I 100% agree with you, brother. I grew up in the reservation, like, but when
In Texas, or what part?
No, in Tennessee. I've only lived in Texas for the last 10 years.
What was the reservation there in Tennessee?
It was actually in Cherokee, North Carolina.
Wow.
And yeah, and that's where I was trained and raised to be a tracker and a hunter. And like my grandmother, she was a spirit animal trainer. My grandfather was a medicine man, and my grandfather wanted me to go his path, but I didn't go that way. Nature called me more than anything else. And like there's two parts of the reservation. There's the tourist side of the reservation where everybody goes to,
and
then
the casino.
And then there's the true reservation, and that's where I was dropped off with my great uncle, and he and his mentor trained me from when I was 5 to when I was 15. And yeah. But when I turned 15 and everything, it all changed. Like they kicked me out of the reservation because I was half-blood. And
you believe it? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's worse. Like Indians, a lot of Indians don't like white people, and
right.
Since I'm Indian and white, they like me. They dislike me even more. They don't like people that are half breeds. They don't like it. Yeah, they're really.
See. Hi.
Yeah. Yep.
Like,
so you got them high ass cheekbones.
Yeah, I got the round nose and the high cheekbones, but I can darken. Like when I'm in the sun and everything, I look as dark as Spooky. Like your skin color Spooky is my skin color when I'm in the sun.
Oh man, I just had the craziest, wildest thought when Gypsy Rhodes said that he also is Cherokee Indian blood, and he suggests that maybe we might all be related in somehow. And I mean, if you have Cherokee blood and you know for sure that you do, there's no doubt we're related. There's no doubt.
I mean,
we are fucking related.
Right. I'm from the Wolf tribe of the Cherokee, which is no longer around anymore. They were literally slaughtered by the white man. But a handful of squaws survived from the slaughter, and they were taken and put into the reservation with all the other tribes. And like what Spooky said, we are all Cherokee are related. All Native Americans are related. I mean, just because we took different tribes or anything doesn't mean we don't have the same blood. And you know, we're all human, you know.
That's amazing, man. I tell you, it's really been a nice surprise to meet you, Matt. I'm so glad that you came on, man. Really.
It's great. I enjoyed talking with y'all.
Good.
And Chad kicking me to get up here.
Well, I mean, he knows that you're going to be on the podcast with us soon, and he knows, you know, we've been talking about it actually. Me and Chad have been talking about how we're looking forward to it. So to have you be able to be here tonight, just like a little, you know, just a little sample of what the 3-hour podcast will be like.
Right. Talking about everything.
Well, I was just about to ask you, if you don't mind, like that.
Yeah.
That situation, that incident that you had when you were 16, the first time you saw something not of this world,
Right.
being, you know, what was the next episode that you had?
Let's see here. When I came back, like, sorry, I just heard. Sorry, you're gonna hear cows mooing. Sorry.
You don't have to apologize for cows, man. I would love to hear them, actually.
Well, they're not doing it now, but one's almost going to give birth. It's my neighbor next door.
Oh,
So
wow. Awesome.
yeah. But sorry. But after that experience and everything, I herded the small herd back, and I told my grandfather what happened, and he was like, all right, I have to tell you about things, because you've actually experienced something that only a few people experience in their life. And he told me about the whole entire Native American. They don't call them cryptids. They don't call them, special beings, anything like that. Like Sasquatch was called Squatch and not Sasquatch, like how we call it now. It's the white man that called it Sasquatch. But it really means hairy ones. And it, he told me about them. He told me about the sawtooth of Georgia that was literally a river god that swam up and down the Tennessee River into the Georgia. And, the early white settlers destroyed the stone monument that was created for it to keep it pacified. He told me all about like the breath stealers. He told me about the Golos, which is like how people call shadow men of today. Like, they're the he told me about the what is her name? Something cat. I've seen her before. The Wampus cat. That's her.
Never heard of
that. That sounds familiar.
Cat. All right. The Wampus cat was okay. She was from another tribe, and she married into the Cherokee. Well, all the tribes have a different story of the Wampus cat, but it's all the same. She was a squaw that did not like being a squaw. She did not like her duties or anything like that. She wanted to be independent. And she wondered why her husband, which was a hunter, got to go out and see the wilderness and see everything else, and she had to stay at home. And when their hunting party was going out to hunt, they always had the medicine men bless them and do a ceremony that was only the men could see. And so she snuck in, she grabbed a mountain lion pelt and wrapped it around her so she could try to hide in with the nature and not be seen. Well, she came up, and when she watched everything that was happening, this medicine man was summoning spirits of animals to embody each hunter with specific skills, And when she saw it and she freaked out, she started to back up, and she fell and slid down and landed into the hunting party and in front of the bonfire. The medicine man saw her, and then he ended up to curse her. Nobody knew who she was or anything because she covered her head with the mountain lion. And so he cursed her to take the form of the skin that she's wearing. And now she runs around half human, half mountain lion. Either her legs are either mountain lion legs, her top half is a human, or the top half of her can be turned into a mountain lion and the bottom legs are turned into a human. But I've seen a native girl in Memphis, Tennessee, in a beautiful turquoise dress, and she was looking into a Native American shop and looking at all the jewelry and everything, and nobody noticed her. Nobody. And there was hundreds of people walking on the street. Nobody paid any attention to her. And I just sat and I just watched her because she was beautiful, and I'm sorry, I'm a man, like I was checking her out. And then she finally looked and turned and stared right at me, cold as ice stare. Like it was enough to freeze me. Like I grew cold when she stared into me. And she took off down a alleyway, and I followed. I got probably about 5 steps, and her dress was dropped onto the ground, and nobody else was around, but you could hear a growl coming from the alleyway, and that's when I stepped back and I walked away. Hey, I got a donation.
Oh.
Well, it's really.
I didn't even.
Thank you.
Man. She's the best.
You are awesome. But I mean, I've had experiences in the Blue Ridge Mountains. I don't like talking about one of the experiences I had in the Blue Ridge Mountains, but I will, because a lot of people think I'm crazy for what I experienced there. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of the reason why the Blue Ridge Mountains are called the Blue Ridge Mountains. It's because there's blue lights that go around the mountains, like blue spectral kind of orbs that you could see floating through the trees. Well, when I was 18, I decided to go up there and test my manhood and camp in an area that hasn't been inhabited since the Civil War. And I went up there, pitched my tent. I was a poor 18-year-old at the time, so I only had like military surplus, all that I had. And I went up there, I pitched my tent, and nothing went wrong during the day. But at night, after I made my fire, cooked my food and everything, I put the fire out to where it was just coals. Went to sleep because I could restart it back up in the morning and have a fire going. And I went to sleep, and I heard probably about maybe an hour to 2 hours later, I heard rustling in the bushes. So anybody that's alone in the wilderness, in the mountains, has a shotgun with them. And so I grabbed my shotgun and I opened up the tent, and I saw these two figures. They were tall, probably about 6.5 foot tall. Now, I'm 6'2". They were taller. One of them was taller than me. The other one was probably about my height. They had long, skinny arms, extremely long fingers. They had an oblong-shaped head and kind of a humanoid face, but their nose was kind of pushed in to where they didn't have a nose, but like two holes in the front of their face. They had kind of like egg-shaped black eyes. They were bald, they were naked, and both of them were not walking, they were floating, and they were holding hands. One was on the left, one was on the right, and both of their inner arms were holding each other's hand. And I snuck up, as I thought nobody could hear me because I was trying to be quiet. I snuck up behind a bush and I was watching them. And when they came around my bush, the clouds dissipated and a full moon started shining down, and the whole entire area lit up. And these things had grayish, like dark gray skin. And they were floating probably about maybe 1.5 feet off the ground. And they were going straight. And they came to a kind of a briar patch. They had vines and everything in front of them. And the one on the right hand, the taller one, raised up his left hand and raised up 2 fingers. And the vines, instead of like disappearing or whatever, they were kind of growing in reverse, like going back in time, raising up into it, and raised all the way up from a vine to a sapling, to a spud. I mean, not spud, but like the bulb of a branch. And it, like, all of it started wilting away, and they floated into darkness, and that was it. And I didn't see anything else. And that, I know it sounds weird, but
man, yeah. But you said you could see them, right? And
yeah,
they're gray.
I saw them like I see both of you. Like, yeah. It's weird. It's hard to talk. Like,
don't you feel funny talking about the part about them not walking on the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, you know, the experience that you're talking about, man, is it brings back to a lot of memories about when I was a kid.
Right.
A lot of similarities in that story. Especially the way that you describe it is some kind of similar to how I remember something that happened to me.
Yeah. I mean, I was love to
7
hear
years
it.
old. Well, I mean, when I was a little kid, this boy that lived next door to my grandma, because at the time I was staying with my grandma, and it was in northeastern Tennessee. And my buddy, and I was only 7 years old, but me and this other boy was Daniel. He was like 7 too, and we would always go play out in the woods. And there was a creek, and we would always go out there and hunt for crabs, little crawdad type crabs.
Crawdads,
And that was when the first time that I had an experience similar to like the one that you were saying about people ask me like, what kind of aliens, and I never really thought of them as aliens, but people say, what did they look like? Well, for me, at this time, to me they look like other children because they were little, like I was. I didn't think that it was anything from another planet or from anywhere else, because at the time I really didn't know a whole lot about, other planets or other dimensions or anything like that. Anything about other beings. I was still just a little guy. I was learning about, the world.
Yeah.
But when you were talking about the beings that you saw with the big black almond eyes, that really reminded me of what I saw. Except for that, for me, this particular time, which was the first time in the forest, in the woods, it was three of those beings that looked like that. They were little, like little kids, but they weren't exactly like like us.
Right.
But what I didn't tell you was that was after I had a near-death experience when I was 7 years old. So that these are experiences in my life that I put together because they all happened at a very pivotal time in my life.
And see that you say that I've had 2 death experiences myself. Like, I'm a juvenile diabetic, but at first, before I came down with diabetes, I had what was called roseola, and that's where you get real bad rashes all over your body, and my temperature was 120, and they had to pack me in ice, and like they packed me in ice for 3 days, and they could not break my fever, and I literally almost died. It's kind of hard to explain. Like, they said I went into a 3-day coma, and then my fever broke, and I woke up, and they thought I had brain damage. They thought I wouldn't be the same ever again, and I proved them wrong. And then I came down with diabetes, and at that time I was the 5th child to come down with juvenile diabetes in Saudi Daisy, Tennessee, and that was my area. Like, the amount of people that we had in Saudi Daisy, Tennessee was 350 people, and so me being the 5th one out of that wasn't, a high number. And there were a lot of doctors that were both veterinarians and house doctors, like, in that time. Like, but after I got over roseola and everything, me and my dad was coming back, because my dad was a Baptist preacher, and I would go with him to exorcisms and all this stuff and everything, and he had me sleeping in the car and all this stuff. so I wouldn't be late going to school. And we were coming back from an exorcism, and he went to go pump gas. And I woke up and I got out of the car and I was stretching my legs. All I remember was smelling something sweet. And then I fell face first onto the concrete. My dad rushed me to the hospital. My blood sugar was 820. And that should have killed me at that age. And because you can have a reverse effect, kind of like hypoglycemic episodes when your blood sugar gets too low. Well, my blood sugar was off the charts high, and I should have died, but I didn't. And I was literally in a coma for a month, and it was to the point where my dad could not keep me on life support, and the doctors told him to go ahead and sign the paperwork to take me off life support. And my dad agreed to it and took me off of life support. I died. I was being literally wheeled to the morgue, and I woke up on the bed and everything, and I said, "Where's my dad?" And the guy that was pushing me to the morgue freaked out and ran away. And I had like 6 doctors on me, not understanding how I'm alive. And they brought me back to my dad, and my dad, being a Baptist preacher, he didn't understand either. And it kind of broke him. So, and ever since then, I started having these things happen. So I understand completely with you, Spooky, on that.
And at that time that happened to you, how old were you?
I was 3.5 years old.
Oh, wow. So you don't remember, like, for me at 7, I do remember what I saw in the ambulance and in the hospital when I was recuperating. So it's probably useless for me to ask you, what do you remember at 3 years old?
All I remember was being awake, smelling something sweet, and face planting into the concrete, and then waking up on a stretcher.
You do remember
I don't
that?
remember. Yeah, I remember waking up on a stretcher, but I don't remember anything in between. From what I'm telling you is what my dad told me.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But do you believe? Do you believe, like right now, a lot of people when they hear these stories, there's a lot of people that suggest that because of the near-death experience, because of the trauma that we had to endure at those times in our life, they think that might have been the experience, the incident that opened up a certain part of our brain to be at a different level of consciousness, to where we can maybe be more psychic and more ability to communicate telepathically. And what do you think about that?
I mean, I can't.
Have you ever thought about it?
I can't. Not really, because it's nothing like that's ever happened to me. I feel more of a connection with nature. Like,
you don't feel that
when
you're
I'm
at
in
a
the
higher
woods.
level of consciousness than a lot of people?
Not really, no. Like, I know I have more of a connection with animals and like wilderness, but other than that, like if I'm out in the wilderness, like I know when things are wrong. I know when I get feelings, but like every day and stuff like that, no, I don't have any difference.
No, that's no worries at all. I just that's something that's going around a lot right now, is that people that have had near-death experiences somehow opened up a certain part of their brain, what some people call the pineal gland, the third eye.
Right.
And that by going through that trauma, somehow it opened up a certain part of your brain to be able to be at like sometimes almost different dimensions than others.
Yeah. I mean, I
mean, you have had a lot of experiences with cryptids. I mean,
yeah. But I mean, I like I've never really, looked at other things that way, like
how they all connect, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Aliens, cryptids, spirit, ghosts, things
I
that are
mean,
the unseen to people that don't have the abilities yet.
yeah. I mean, there is a connection with all of them. I mean, there's multiple sightings with all of it, but it it's more of a are they at the right place at the right time? I mean, it's like that's kind of saying, every UFO sighting that you've seen, you don't see Bigfoot sitting there waving at you or, like on top of a building or anything. But they are connected, but not how a lot of people consider it connected.
Do you think that Bigfoot, Sasquatch is a being that is interdimensional?
I piss off a lot of people saying this, but no. I mean,
you think it's from this dimension, the third dimension?
Yes. Yeah, from it's from us, they've been around for centuries. I mean, not just in America. I mean, there's over 200 different species of Sasquatch and cryptids all over the world, not just here in America. And there's smarter Sasquatch. There's the Vara of India. They are written in the Hindu religions and the Hindu religion. They are, I mean, Sun Wukong. I mean, he's considered a Sasquatch. I mean, but the Vara they have their own martial arts. They are known to make weapons. They literally have a protected forest by individuals that they will not let any human enter into that woods, into that jungle, because they are not only, yeah, I mean, they're not only, they don't consider them cryptids. They consider them everyday beings. And they're also considered holy men, and there's the Morong Batang in Southeast Asia. They literally are orangutan type Sasquatch that live in Buddhist temples, and they will wrap themselves in monk robes and go to villages and do like monks do and hold out a bowl and these people will fill their bowls with rice and food, and they will go back into the jungle and not be seen again for another month. So
that is unbelievable. I would love to
yeah.
see something like that. If they have videos or pictures of that, that would be incredible.
No, they won't. They don't take pictures of them. They don't, because they respect them. They're not like how we are. You know, it's sight. You know, it's they say what they've experienced, and
That's
that's
amazing.
about it. Yeah,
I love
I
it.
mean, it, we as a society have glamorized the American cryptids to a point where Sasquatch is a household name, just like Loch Ness is a household name to Scotland. You know, it's and we kind of put every other country's other, cryptids into, extinction, because they don't want to, nobody wants to look at other countries and just stay with America. I mean, it's like chupacabra, like you get two different versions of it. You get the Texas canine version, and you also get the Mexican and Cuban version, which is a lizard type animal.
Do you think that the
So
chupacabra might be the dog man at Skinwalker Ranch?
no.
What do you think about that
I've actually
Skinwalker Ranch?
Oh, Skinwalker Ranch. I've been to Skinwalker Ranch.
What?
Yeah. I went to the Skinwalker Ranch in 2005.
Amazing.
And yeah, and I'll tell you, nothing happened out there when I was there. So there wasn't anything glamorous, nothing extra, nothing with. We saw a few flashing lights in the sky, but nothing to really write home about. We didn't see any cryptid activity. We didn't see any spiritual activity. But the thing with cryptids and aliens, it's not like spirits. You can go to a haunted location, you may get activity or you may not get activity, but it's always going to be at that same location. With cryptids and aliens, they are actual flesh and blood creatures. They, like most cryptids, like Sasquatch, okay? Sasquatch and Dogman, they have too much of a body mass. A normal human takes 2,800 calories to be at peak performance every day to sustain, activity. You're looking at a creature that is roughly between 8 and 10 foot tall, okay? That is weighing between 500 pounds to 800 pounds. Somebody like Andre the Giant needed 32,000 calories a day to maintain his weight and body. So a Sasquatch is not going to stay docile and dormant in one location, eating and foraging wild edibles and maybe capturing a deer or whatever. It's scientifically impossible for these creatures in today to maintain that body weight and calorie intake to be at max performance.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not staying in one spot because there's not even enough wild edibles in half an acre to keep one human alive at peak performance, let alone something like that. So they're constantly on the move, you know, like they're kind of like bears, you know, where they're at, they have almost 100 to 150 mile territorial bubble that they think everywhere around them is their territory. So they just move and forage and move and forage. And hunting and clubbing a rabbit or a deer or something like that in the wilderness is not viable. That's why humans created guns and bows, you know. And the thing about nature is if they get hurt, it's life and death out there, you know. It's that's why it's hard to explain this stuff to people that are true believers.
Yeah, it is very, very hard to explain to people that don't see or can't see, you know, the things that you've
physical.
seen.
Yeah. I mean, all these people think, oh, the easiest way to explain something is that it's a trans-dimensional being. That, I mean, if it was trans-dimensional, if it was smarter than us and was able to go to other dimensions, it wouldn't be popping a squat in the middle of the woods in your backyard and, you know, grabbing your dog and eating it, you know. Like, I'm sorry, it's just it's like, why would they be living in why would they be living in a mate to a frame if they could just interdimension out and say peace?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
I've heard that they can be invisible, but not invisible, but camouflaged.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's
still a little bit visible. I've seen pictures. I don't know what I it looks like that. I seen pictures from Brian. He brought pictures with him when he did the show, and
right.
But guys, I'm gonna have to go in.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine, dude.
This has been fantastic, man. No way. This has been awesome, man. I can't wait for when we have Matt with us on the Chad Smith podcast. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, dude. I'm tired right now, guys.
Yeah, man, we're gonna call it
Chad.
a night.
This is all your fault.
Yep, this was all for Chad.
We did good.
I'm sorry to keep y'all up, guys. I'm sorry. It was just going to be a few minutes.
Don't ever apologize, man. This has been fantastic.
No, this was awesome. You're perfect.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, don't apologize for that.
Thank you, everybody, for being here in the chat.
Yep.
Chad, thanks for helping set it up.
It was an honor for being up here with you guys.
Yeah,
don't forget, tomorrow night is the Paranormal Chop Shop at 6 p.m. Pacific.
Yes.
Yeah, dude. We'll hang out again. This was fun.
Yeah. Sounds great, guys.
We'll see you guys tomorrow night.
Y'all have a good night.
Or tonight.
All right.
Later.
Everyone,
good night.